other groups say that they have something to prove tonight. Stay with us. We have all of your highlights. The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade starts now.
The ZNS Network and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture presents the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Your hosts for the evening, Shashina Roll-Farquharson and Kieran Ferguson-Bain.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade already underway from 6 p.m. this evening, yes. But don't you worry. So far, there have only been three groups. Yes. Showtime Junkanoo Group, the Superstar Walkers, and as well as the legendary Bushwackers.
That's
right now, we have the Classic Dancers, and we are going to send it straight to the Classic Dancers.
From the Classic Dancers.
classic dancers presenting Africa Tour of the Motherland. Karen, last year the classic dancers placed fourth.
Yes.
David said, one of the Junkanoo coordinators told me, he said, you are going to be surprised by what the classic dancers bring this time around. Last year we spotted it. We knew that they probably would have come last.
Yes.
This time around, though, crowd pleaser.
Yes.
The music was on point.
Music was on point.
And we saw the crowd reaction.
And
Talk
the
a little bit about
the costumes. I must say that the choreographed dance section reminded me a lot of The Lion King. And so that spoke volumes when it comes to the choreography. And even the choreography, they were in sync. They had movement, and definitely they carried their theme from the front all the way to the back. So great job.
Great job. Fourth group that would have taken the center stage, actually, for this evening. We also have our roving reporters, Ramiko Knowles and Jay Philippe. I don't know if Ramiko thinks he's working or if he's a part of the group's choreographed
I think he's a part of the group, yes.
But Ramiko, tell us what you've seen so far. I know you're having a wonderful time down there.
Awesome time, Shayna. Let me tell you, I am Russian tonight. I'm not on any particular group, but I am on the route Russian tonight. And I feel kind of bad for you and Karen up there because Pioneers Way is where all the action has happened. And listen, it's wartime on this road. Superstar Rockers came out, the A group. They took this whole route by storm. They brought the fog machine out. And you know they say, where's smoke, there's fire. And they certainly brought the fire to the road. We just saw the classic dancers. And the music was, amazing. They had the whole crowd rocking. Now I'm going to be on the north side throughout tonight, just bringing you all the action from the sidelines. But listen, I have a special feature tonight as well. You know, I had a chance to go to the Swingers Junkanoo Group practice earlier last year in December, and they are playing specifically tonight in honor of a man who have left an indelible mark on them all, Huck Williams. And so they're going to be a special group to watch. As a matter of fact, I think they're coming up pretty soon. But this is where all the action is happening. Like I said, it's wartime on Pioneers Way, and I'm Russian as well. So back to you guys.
Oh, Ramiko, you're having a good time down there. Ramiko said it's wartime.
That's right.
On Pioneers Way. Every group has something to prove tonight.
Exactly.
When you look at it, we started off the Superstar Rockers and A group. They placed second in the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We saw them earlier tonight. They are an A group. The music. They're known for good music, and tonight they didn't let us down.
Not only the music, again, it was the choreography and the costumes. I must say that Superstar Rockers this time around, their costuming was a whole lot better. And I'm talking about from the banner, the birds at the back, incredible. They had something, for those of you who didn't get to see it, you'll see it on the second lap. They had the Bird Kingdom. You've got to see it. The detailing of those pieces deserves a really, really great round of applause.
And kudos already to the Grand Bahama Junkanoo Committee, because this parade is actually moving. It's just from one group to the next. So once again, if you have not seen those groups that passed earlier tonight, they will be coming back on that second lap, and the second lap usually is when they leave it all. But also we have our very own Jay Philippe who's standing by. Jay Philippe, can you tell us what's happening down there?
If that last group was any indication of how this parade was going to be, it's going to be an exciting one. We've seen a number of groups so far, and they've been presenting some really good music, some really good brass, and some entertaining music so far this year's Junkanoo Parade. I'm so excited to be out here to give you guys all the action. Like Ramiko would have said earlier, you guys are unfortunate to be on the stage, because right down here is where all the action is on Pioneers Way for the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. I'll be here all night until the morning comes. Back to you guys. I'll be waiting for more coverage down here.
Thank you very much, Jay. Let's just take a look at the order of entry.
Okay.
As you know, for Grand Bahama Junkanoo, there are 2 laps. We have the Showtime Junkanoo group that we saw earlier, Superstar Rockers Junkanoo group, the legendary Bushwackers Junkanoo group passed, and they are a Category B division. The Classic Dancers Junkanoo group, Category A. the Sting Junkanoo Group, Category B, and then we will have the Platinum Knights coming out 6 tonight. They are the 5-time defending champion. If they win it tonight, that will be 6 times. But the other groups say it's not happening, so I don't know what Juniors are going to do, but we just have to wait and see. And then we have the Fun Group. This is an all-female group that we are also expected to see tonight. The first time they came out, their debut was in the 2023 Junkanoo Parade.
That's correct.
And then the Swingers Junkanoo Group Category A Division, and then the New Generation Category Exhibition. So we have coming up now, following the classic dancers, we have the Sting Junkanoo Group, and they are right behind. As soon as they hit Showtime, we will send it down there. But Karen, your observation so far tonight?
So far, let's start with the crowd. Let's start with that, because we know last year when we first came up, the crowd was a whole lot bigger. I think because of the weather, some people may decide, okay, I'm going to stay home and watch it from the comfort of my home. But it's nothing like being on the parade route. So kudos to those who did make it out here to the parade route, and especially our visitors from the Carnival cruise ship. There's a whole bleacher section full of them. And so it's great to see that our audience members are mixed with tourists as well as our residents, so it speaks volumes.
And of course, none of this will be possible without our wonderful and dedicated sponsors, including the Grand Bahama Power Company. We are going to take a quick break. Stay with us. The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade is back in just a moment.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Brought to you by Doctors Hospital, B&B Galaxy, Esquire's Men's Store, and Here to Please Beauty Salon.
In Grand Bahama, our lamp just got brighter. Introducing Lamp Ultimate. From unlimited urgent care visits.
So we're just going to give you some oxygen.
To unlimited primary care visits.
How can we help today?
From unlimited x-rays to unlimited ultrasounds.
My baby!
And spend no more than $40 on non-specialty medication. Lamp Ultimate is the affordable healthcare plan that you've been dreaming of, and is only available at Doctors Hospital in Grand Bahama.
With over 30 years of service with integrity, services in Abaco, New Providence, and Grand Bahama, providing modern and state-of-the-art equipment, specializing in the maintenance and operation of waste treatment plants, waste oil movement, sludge extraction, tank cleaning, elite portable toilets, and hand wash stations. We are efficient, reliable, and cutting edge. We are B&B Galaxy.
If you're tired of looking the same, you ain't got to complain, no. You know where to go and you know what to do. You can find it here. You got the best in men's world. Come on, let our friendly style help you. Hey, come on and shop. See what a squire man's got. Yeah, we got it all for you.
Here to Please over in the Churchill Building downtown has everything you need, ladies. We have glueless wigs, kinky straight, and kinky curly with a kinky natural hairline. We also carry bundles, clip-ins, closures, and frontals. Hair textures available: straight, curly, body wave, loose wave, and deep wave. Hair to Please, located number 6 East Churchill Building, Bank Lane, downtown. Store hours Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Telephone contact 351-1962.
Welcome back to the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We are coming to you live from Pioneers Way. We also want to say a special hello to all of you watching on our social media pages. We have Lloyd Taylor watching from Lake Worth Beach, Florida. Janella Barker watching from Antigua. We have some people already saying they're waiting to see the Platinum Knights. Iva Dossier said her brother is one of those persons who will be who is rushing tonight. And then we have LaDonia Fernanda, and a whole bunch of persons tuned into our social media pages. And we also want to encourage you to look out for our live polls tonight, because we have some questions for you. We want your observation in terms of what you are seeing tonight and who you think will be a winner. So that is coming up much later. But again, Karen, it is a cool night here on Pioneers Way. Last night was extremely cold. Tonight the temperatures are at least comfortable. So if you are making your way here, you can wear a light sweater. Make your way down and see these 9 groups that are expected to participate in this cultural extravaganza that is put on just for you, Grand Bahama.
Yes. And the thing about it is, Shoshana, we need to be the curators of our culture. If we don't celebrate who we are as Bahamians and make sure that this Junkanoo legacy lives on for generations and generations and generations to come, we can't leave it up to anyone else, because we have people from Trinidad. They go berserk when it comes to their carnival. And so we need to have that same enthusiasm when it comes to Junkanoo. It needs to be that same enthusiasm level.
Well, we already see a lot of persons who have filed in, tourists as well as locals who are here to witness the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. RJ Felipe has one of the spectators tonight. Jay, what can you tell us? It seems like we have some technical difficulties with Jay, but he will, of course, be back later. So far, of course, Karen, let's go through it. We have the Showtime Junkanoo group.
Yes.
Again, we will see them on the second lap. I was really pleased to see that the group's leader, Terry Wildgoose, his vision is being now realized, even though he would have passed a couple years ago.
That's correct.
The group is filled with young people, and that is something that he has spoken to us over and over again about, having young people be involved in the culture. Showtime did an excellent job. I think he would be proud.
I'm sure he's looking down and he is smiling and he's saying, yes, job well done. And Shoshana, we need more people to step up to the forefront to take on the mantle, because Terry did it. But now who else is in the lineup to teach our young people how to preserve this culture? You need to teach them not just to enjoy the music, but also how to create the costumes. Come up with a synopsis. Make sure that your theme is depicted from the front to the back, meaning that your off-the-shoulder pieces should be in line with what your theme is. Your music should be in line with what your theme is. And so we need to make sure that there's somebody else to pass on that mantle, to make sure that they're coming to the forefront to teach our young people.
The next group is a good distance away from us, so let's move on to Superstar Rockers. The Superstar Rockers, how do you think they performed so far on this first lap?
So far, again, the judges have their hands full. That's all I can tell them, especially the ones who are judging the music, because so far, all of the A category groups, they brought their A game when it comes to the music. You can tell that they try to make a mix different than what we're normally used to in hearing. They made sure that it's something that the crowd can stand on their feet and enjoy it. I mean, I saw a little fella beating that drum, and I'm like,
about 2 or 3 years old, right?
Yes.
Maybe?
I'd say about 3.
About 3.
About 3. But he was beating like he's been here before.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, passing it on. Because when our youngsters are part of Junkanoo, it's a feeder system. It starts from the young, and then they take it over, and hopefully in years to come, they could be the next leader of some of these groups.
Bushwackers, the legendary Bushwackers, they never miss a parade.
Never.
They don't have, there's no preparation with the legendary Bushwackers.
But
they
there
wake
was
up
this year, Shoshana.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't see a difference.
Yeah, the difference was that they painted their attached this year, and they had some rhinestone colors on it. So, hey, Bushwackers stepping up their game.
Okay. Moving on from the Bushwackers, the classic dancers, and our audience would have had an opportunity earlier to see the classic dancers. The classic dancers, of course, they placed 4th in the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. I think anyone who was here and they witnessed what they brought, it just really wasn't quite enough. But this time around, they have something special.
Yes. They did their homework, they noticed where they fell down, and they improved on that. Again, one thing that's standing out, Shoshana, is that not Superstar Rockers, Swingers, Classic Dancers, and Showtime. All of their leaders have passed away, but their legacy lives on. And so to see them on the parade route, making sure that what they were taught by Mr. Ken Motorbike Ferguson was evident tonight. They came out, the music was pulsating, persons were on their feet, and let me tell you, the judges, guys, I'm happy I'm not you.
The Platinum Knights, we don't know just yet what they will bring, but they are the 5-time defending champion.
They are.
They won by more than 130 points ahead of the Superstar Rockers.
That's correct.
They're just 11 years old, so they are probably the youngest A group. From what I
not necessarily, because then don't forget they were part of
they
Father
branched
Reggie's
off,
group.
but as an
A
independent group,
correct,
they would be the youngest.
They would be the youngest.
Correct?
That's
so
correct.
That's 5 times
Yes.
that they would have captured the title. 6 out of the 8 categories they took the last time: best music, best costume. Best group execution of theme, best Showtime performance, best individual lead costume, but they came second in the choreographed dancers and the banner.
Yeah.
So these are 2 things that we would have to see if they are able to actually improve on tonight.
And we'll wait to see that. I know that one thing Junior is very stickler about is improving on the parade pass, because his whole hope is to get to Bay Street. That is what he wants to do. He wants to take Platinum Knights not just throughout Pioneers Way, but he wants to get them into Bay Street so they can feel what Junkanoo is truly about, getting that experience. And so I think he's well on his way. Hopefully they'll be able to one day get there very, very soon, because we don't want him to pass and then they don't make it. But that is his thrust, and making sure that the Platinum Knights always improve on what they fell down on the last parade and getting them ready for Bay Street, because when you get there, there's no holds barred.
Right, and I know a conversation the last time around was whether or not we have what it takes, our Grand Bahama groups have what it takes to actually make it on Bay Street. I watched the parade early this morning, and then, of course, last week, and listen, I still have not yet experienced Bay Street, because I'm always stuck here every year, which I absolutely love. But there is a difference in terms of the level of competition.
Yes.
But the passion, I would say, remains the same. All of these Junkanooers absolutely love the culture, and that's what they do it for.
They do. And we can never pay them enough for the time and effort that goes into it, the sacrifices, the funding that they take out of their own pockets sometimes to make sure that they hit the parade route. And so, like I said, you could never, ever pay them enough. But what we need to make sure is that everyone gets to experience the Nassau Junkanoo, whether it's by watching it on television or going in person, making sure that the parade is accessible to all. That's what we need to improve on.
The Sting Group is up next. We are going to take a quick commercial break as they make their way to Showtime. We do have a question for you, though. Which A group do you believe will win the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade on Grand Bahama? You haven't seen them all, but everyone has their favorite. So go to our Facebook page, ZNS Northern Service, and you tell us what you think, and we will announce our winner, our unofficial,
the poll winner.
The poll winner.
Yes.
Right after this. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Brought to you by Insurance Management, the Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill at the Grand Lucayan, Ocean Reef Retirement Village, and Rachel's Britannia Mini Mall.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited.
Maintaining strong relationships with superior customer service. Fulfilling all your insurance needs through commercial, property and casualty, marine and aviation, homeowners and contents, automotive for private and commercial, life insurance, medical, and pension investments. Being the best at who we are in Freeport since 1980.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited.
A name you've come to know and trust.
We've always been there for you.
So call us today at 350-3500 or visit our office on Pioneers Way.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited. Honestly,
nobody does it better.
It's your time to taste the grand life at the newly restored Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill at Grand Lucayan, your NFL headquarters through the season leading up to the ultimate Super Bowl party. Stop in 7 days a week and join the successful business professionals, sports fanatics, foodies, and friends at the most pristine stretch of beachfront in Freeport. The ultimate party spot. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Now open 7 days a week, Monday to Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Thursday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to midnight, with special guest artists from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's also karaoke Friday, and on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, it's happy hour drinks and food specials at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill, located at Grand Lucayan. Yes, the magic has returned to Freeport at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill.
Ocean View Retirement Village, retirement at its best, is 20 years young. Professional, compassionate, caring, respectful, purposeful. Describe the experience in our safe, loving environment. The comforts of home with services of a luxury hotel. Our clients live with dignity and grace. Qualified medical personnel on call. Programs include adult daycare, independent, therapeutic, convalescent, rehabilitative and hospice care, Alzheimer's care, and health tourism. Mrs. Agatha Thompson and Mrs. Destiny Thompson Pinder are the mother-daughter. 373-4382 or 441-3081. Ocean View Retirement Village. Retirement at its best is 20 years young.
'Tis the season, so let's go shopping at Rachel's Britannia Mall. Shop a vast array of products at Brand Smart Bahamas, household items, televisions, office equipment, electronics, gadgets, and more. Stop in at Snackables, your wholesale and retail variety store. Shop household, cleaning supplies, snacks, groceries, school supplies, beverages, and lots more. They have it all at Snackables. Get a new look at Hair to Nail You Studio Hair and Nail Salon. For all your diva needs, shop clothes at Mo Divas. PNP Security Firm. Dress to impress at Heaven Sent. Skyline Express Shipping Company. Cut Up Youth Barbershop. Give the perfect gift at Distinctive Gifts. Shop wine and spirits at More to Go Liquor Store. Marie Curie's Shoes and Accessories. Shop groceries and households at Variety World. It's all here at the Britannia Mall, Freeport.
It's your time to taste the grand life at the newly restored Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill at Grand Lucayan, your NFL headquarters through the season leading up to the ultimate Super Bowl party. Stop in 7 days a week and join the successful business professionals, sports fanatics, foodies, and friends at the most pristine stretch of beachfront in Freeport. The ultimate party spot. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Now open 7 days a week, Monday to Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Thursday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to midnight, with special guest artists from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's also karaoke Friday, and on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, it's happy hour drinks and food specials at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill, located at Grand Lucayan. Yes, the magic has returned to Freeport at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill.
When a storm strikes and knocks out power to your home, you may be forced to use a backup energy source such as solar panels or a generator. But do you know about the potential dangers and how to safely use backup energy sources? There's one major risk. It's called backfeed, and it can endanger you, a family member, or someone else, especially a lineman or electrician working at or near your property. Backfeed occurs when power travels from your solar setup or generator back through the utility lines, resulting in them being unknowingly re-energized. backfeed creates a very dangerous and potentially deadly situation for line workers and the public. To prevent backfeed, generators, whether permanent or portable, should never be plugged into a home's wiring or directly to the circuit breaker panel. The best way to avoid backfeed is by installing a transfer switch. Preventing backfeed could save a life.
Here to Please over in the Churchill building downtown has everything you need, ladies. We have glueless wigs, kinky straight, and kinky curly with a kinky natural hairline. We also carry bundles, clip-ins, closures, and frontals. Hair textures available: straight, curly, body wave, loose wave, and deep waves. Here to Please, located number 6 East Churchill Building, Bank Lane, downtown. Store hours Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Telephone contact 351-1962.
In Grand Bahama, our lamp just got brighter. Introducing Lamp Ultimate. From unlimited urgent care visits
So we're just going to give you some oxygen.
to unlimited primary care visits.
How can we help today?
From unlimited x-rays to unlimited ultrasounds.
My baby!
And spend no more than $40 on non-specialty medication. Lamp Ultimate is the affordable healthcare plan that you've been dreaming of. And it's only available at Doctors Hospital in Grand Bahama.
With over 30 years of service with integrity, services in Abaco, New Providence, and Grand Bahama, providing modern and state-of-the-art equipment, specializing in the maintenance and operation of waste treatment plants, waste oil movement, sludge extraction, tank cleaning, elite portable toilets, and hand wash stations. We are efficient, reliable, and cutting edge. We are B&B Galaxy.
Have you ever wondered how electricity gets to your home? Let's start at the beginning. Our teams at our energy plant work around the clock to generate power to be delivered to your home or business. When it leaves the generating facility, electricity first travels to a switch yard that increases the voltage to allow it to travel long distances throughout the island. A network of high voltage transmission lines is the backbone of the electric grid and is used to carry large amounts of electricity across long distances. After completing the first leg of this journey, electricity arrives at the neighborhood substation. The substation's job is to lower the voltage before power can be sent over shorter distances closer to homes and businesses. Once lowered, the electricity is now ready for the final leg of its voyage. When it leaves the substation, it travels along the distribution poles and wires, the ones you see every day around your community. Just outside your home or business, the electricity voltage is further reduced by a pole mount transformer to a level that customers use in their homes or businesses. And now that the electricity has finally reached its destination, it travels through a meter, flows to a service panel, and then to the outlets inside your home. To learn more about how our business operates, visit our website or follow us on Facebook.
Welcome back to the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade here on Grand Bahama. Coming up next, we have Sting, a B Division group under the theme Resting Junkanoo Group, celebrating 50 years of Junkanoo. you have it, the Resting Junkanoo group celebrating 50 years of Junkanoo. That performance by a B Division group, Sting, celebrating the country's 50 years of independence. And according to Sting, as they celebrate, they wanted to show us through the theme, the 50 years of independence. Did we see that tonight?
You saw little glimpse of it. It wasn't in its full totality. But Sting is a fun group, and that's what people come to recognize, that Sting, just like the Bushwackers, they're just here to have
a good
fun
time.
and have a great time being a part of the parade. That's it. So as far as the costuming and making sure that everything's on point, no, it's all about them enjoying themselves on the parade route.
One thing we can appreciate about Sting, though, Karen, is that they always have activities for
Yes.
communities.
Agreed.
They always give back. We
They
see Sting give back, in my opinion, much more than we see some of the bigger groups do.
I totally agree with you, Shashina, that even though they're small, they still think about community.
Yeah.
And so they go into communities like West End and they give away to persons who are in need, especially the children. And so they look forward to Sting coming down to Grand Bahama every year, because they know that when Sting comes, it's not just to dig up the parade route, it's also to give back.
Well, following Sting, we have the 5-time defending champion, the Platinum Knights, just behind a very small lull. Before they hit Showtime, we go to our Ramiko Knowles. Ramiko, what's happening down there?
Thanks, Shayna. As mentioned, it's wartime on Pioneers Way, and like I said earlier, I'm going to be on the north side, getting reactions from the crowd. Now, these people behind me kind of mix up. They know who they pulling for. They got swingers, they got Platinum Knights, and they got classic dancers over here. I'm standing by with Dwayne King, a good friend of mine and a good supporter of the Northern Service. I'm interested to know who you supporting tonight.
Well, of course, my son, Dante, is the junior brass leader for the Swingers. So only the Swingers. But I'm supporting everybody, but I want the Swingers to win.
Now, you know, past 5 years have been one group. I ain't going to say their name, but you still coming out there supporting the Swingers.
Of course. I'm faithful and dedicated, committed.
What is it about the Swingers? I know this year is particularly special for them, considering the loss of Huck Williams. But what is it about the Swingers that you like so much?
I think they should have won last year, and I think they deserve to win. All of the groups are looking exceptionally well, and I know because my son was never home for 3 weeks. They've been practicing hard, working hard in the shack, downtown, rehearsing, and so I think they should get it.
Now, I haven't seen the Swingers as yet. We're still waiting on them. The Platinum Knights is on the parade route right now, but I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to this parade in 2024. And, you know, Swingers has always been a good Junkanoo group. They just haven't managed to pull it off.
They're going to pull it off this year.
Well, we're going to see. As I mentioned, I'm going to be on the sidelines bringing you all the action from the spectators here. This is a mix-up crowd over here. I can find some more people to talk to, but until then, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ramiko. And on your screen now, can you remember your childhood favorites?
Yes.
Well, the Platinum Knights coming under the theme animation and cartoon favorites. We take it down to Showtime, the parade route, and we see exactly what Platinum Knights have to bring tonight.
Amen.
course, Platinum Nights putting on a platinum performance tonight, Karen.
Yep.
Definitely not just a crowd pleaser, but the 5-time defending champion. If they are to pull this off tonight, it would be 6 consecutive wins. I don't think that has ever happened on Grand Bahama before.
That has never happened. We do know that classic dancers won a lot of the parades, but they've never won 6 consecutive parades in a row. And so that has never happened. And so Platinum Nights will definitely be holding that historic title.
We saw all of the pink under the theme animation and cartoon favorites. I don't know if you saw any of yours.
I did.
We saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Kung Fu Panda, Dora, Tom and Jerry, and
Correct.
Pokemon. They're not my favorites.
Okay, I saw Optimus Prime, and that was one of my favorites. I love Optimus Prime. And then I saw the Flintstones. Flintstones, near and dear to my heart.
Exactly.
So when I saw that, I flipped. But then I saw the Aladdin girls, the choreographed dance section, and I was just blown away. The colors and the movement, they were so fluid in their movement as they were moving down Pioneer's Way. And then it went to the second set of dancers. Let me tell you, Platinum Nights have pulled out all of the stops, Shoshana, and I can only say that you needed to be here in person to really feel the pulsating rhythm and to see them moving.
Last time around, Platinum Nights would have swept 6 of the 8 categories.
Except for choreographed,
right, and banner.
And banner.
Based on what you've seen tonight, do you think they made any improvement in these 2 areas?
They've made 100% improvement in both areas. The banner definitely depicted all of the characters like you mentioned. There was the Smurfs, there was Tom and Jerry, there was Tweety Bird. And so they made sure all of those little animated characters that we know and love, you saw them on display. And then the dances, like I said, the choreography, on point. The synchronization was there. And of course, the girls moved, but they moved in unison, and that's what's most important.
Listen, the crowd was moving. I think we have our Miko Knowles in the crowd at this moment with some crowd reaction. Ramiko.
Hello, what you said?
Okay, Ramiko is not quite ready yet.
No.
This is the Platinum Nights now.
Yes.
We have 4 A groups.
Yes.
This is the 3rd A group that we would see tonight. The last one now is the Swingers.
And like I heard a little girl said the other day, a playground ain't a playground if it ain't got no swing. And I'm like, where did she pick that up from? Like, what? But yes, but Shoshana, another thing that I saw that really stood out to me was the Corella DeVille.
Yeah.
Her costume was magnificent. The detailing on the costume just stood out to me, and the colors. And then she had her cigarette, and when she pushed that up in the air, I'm like, she just posed for the cameras like, yeah, go ahead, take it. I know I look good. And that's what it's about. It's about putting the time and effort into your costume so it reads well. Not just the colors, but also how it proportioned on the body. She just did an awesome job.
And one thing I also loved about the choreographed dancers, when you watch them, you can see that they absolutely love what it is that they're doing. They're putting on the performance. You can see the smiles on their faces, and it's just absolutely amazing. I remember Junior told us, and if that is the leader of the Platinum Nights group, he told us before that days before Junkanoo, he has so many people showing up who want to be a part of the Platinum Nights. The Platinum Nights, again, is really the new kid on the block when it comes to the A division groups.
Correct.
And yet they have continued to steal, let me take it back. Let me draw it back now.
No, steal the
but
hearts.
they've been able to steal the hearts. And they've been able to sweep every competition for 5 consecutive years. It'll be interesting to see what happens, and I'm so glad that I'm not a judge, because we can see that these groups have done a tremendous job in putting on a spectacular showing here tonight on Pioneer's Way.
And Shoshana, it's taking what you have learned from the grassroots. It's learning how to make sure that your costumes are completely finished, meaning that they're fringed front and back, making sure that everyone is in their place. The off-the-shoulder pieces, you have them, the persons in the back line with the drummers, making sure that their pants are fringed, that their shoes are, everything has to be in unison. But it's those attention to details that really will keep you out of the penalty box once you pay attention to them.
And if you look at the screen, they are now making their way around getting ready now for the second lap. And
yes.
What happens, Karen? Because for those persons who do not know, you've been a part of Junkanoo for many years. Yes. You've rushed with the Swingers Junkanoo group.
But I started off in 1983, not to age myself, but in 1983, I started off with the classic dances. Thanks to Mr. Cartwright, Dave Cartwright. He was the photographer, and he was doing a photo shoot with me. And he's like, why don't you come and rush? And I'm like, man, y'all ain't ready. And I told him just like, I say, y'all ain't ready. He's like, see, it's people like y'all. Instead of y'all getting involved, you always criticize. I say, you know what? I will make sure and be a part of it. And so I wore my sister's prom dress, and I went out on the parade route, and we had a fantastic time. That's when the parade was held in the bazaar. So that's how long ago that was. But it was great. And so I transitioned from there and became a part of the Swingers Junkanoo group, along with some of the dancers from the casino. But again, we didn't last too long because persons, instead of coming together and being in unison, they always find, something to talk about or try to belittle what you're bringing to the table, instead of saying, you know what, let's embrace what they bring to us and let's upgrade ourselves. But I'm glad to see that let bygones be bygones, and the group has improved, and so they continue to grow from strength to strength.
So right now we are going to have I'm guessing a little lull, so to speak. We have a fun group that's coming up.
Yeah,
that is
the Woman Dam.
The Woman Dam.
This
They
will be their
rushed for the
second
first time.
appearance.
Right, this is their second appearance. They rushed for the first time last year. And this is a group filled with professional women who didn't want to compete, but they wanted to be a part of the culture. They wanted to be a part of Junkanoo. And so they got themselves together and they said, hey, listen, we're coming on Pioneers Way, and we're going to give them a show. And they also invite people to rush along
to be a
with
part
them.
of it.
So
That's
they will
correct.
be coming up very shortly, and then following them, we have the Swingers Junkanoo group, and then the New Generation group, which is just a category, an exhibition.
It's an exhibition group, and so therefore they're just coming up because in order for them to be, whether they're going to be placed in the B or A category, they have to hit the parade route first, and so that's why they're an exhibition group. And so next year they can decide whether or not they want to be in the B group, meaning that if they have to have 40 or fewer members. If they're over 40 members, then you'll go into the A category, and that's the category of 100 or more.
All right.
Yes. So we'll see what happens.
We also have our Angel Russell, who's also a part of the broadcast tonight. And earlier, Angel would have spoken with a tourist to find out exactly how they feel about Junkanoo. Angel?
That's right. We are here with a few tourists. Who do I have here with me today?
Maggie. Kim.
Awesome. And where are you guys from?
Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
And what do you expect from this parade tonight?
Lots of fun and colors and
good music.
Yes, good music.
Is this your first time ever experiencing something like this?
Yes. I experienced, first time to the Grand Island, so it's our first time for experiencing it here.
Okay, so you had Junkanoo on Bay Street before?
Never on here.
Okay.
I saw a partial one in Nassau.
Awesome, awesome. And which Junkanoo group do you think you guys are going to pull for tonight, if you know any?
We don't know any. We're just here pulling for them all. We can't believe this. This is just unbelievable. The way that they dance, the way that they carry those cardboard things, and it's just the costuming. Yes, it's just unbelievable. It's just a fun atmosphere.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Angel. Also, as promised, we have our Ramiko Knowles standing by with crowd reaction. Ramiko, what are they saying?
Thanks, Shana. Welcome back to the War Road. And listen, we just saw the Platinum Nights Junkanoo group pass by, and I looked at a specific group of people on the sideline, and they were saying, this is what we come to see. This is what we come for. And this is one of them young ladies. She almost jumped over this barricade to get in the line with the Junkanoo group. But that's what you come to see.
Why are you talking on my business? I don't like that. Don't talk about my business. But let me tell you something. That's exactly what I came to see. Best costume, best music, best everything. PK all day.
They game for 6.
They going for 6. They going for 6. That finished. That one over. This over. Let's count. Let's go to 7.
And people in the back shouting this over as well. Listen, and she like to be behind the camera, but I can put her in front of the camera tonight. She's saying she's a classic dancer, but your friend saying they come to see Platinum Nights. What happened?
I have to agree. I mean, I'm a classic by heart, but PK they really did it tonight. They did an awesome job.
I listened to Classic though. Classic didn't sound bad at all.
It didn't sound bad.
No,
I just
that music-
dedicated, but
yeah.
boy, that platinum. Oh my lord.
That music
It was nice. It was great.
I asked them how much plane tickets they buy. How much plane tickets they buy?
Ain't buy no plane tickets. All of them is Grand Bahamians. Listen here, don't cause me get upset. That's Grand Bahamians. PK all day.
Listen.
I feel like I know that. No.
Listen. Don't play with Platinum Nights on this road. Avid supporters, and of course you just saw them just now. I mean, they had the road for themselves. Everyone in the stands was completely standing to their feet. The phones were out and they were capturing it.
Dig up. Dig up. That finished. That over.
There you have it. They say Platinum Nights. We'll find out hopefully tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Shashina,
what
we
is
almost
it?
had to jump down there and had to go fight for him.
But listen, she's a classic dancer by heart.
But
she was
honesty,
brutally
but
honest.
honesty, and that's what it is. You have to call a spade, and so they looked good, and she said it. They look good, they sound good. 6 straight.
Oh my goodness! No, you too,
Oh
Karen.
my
But
God.
listen,
No, I'm
anticipate-
repeating what
no,
she said.
I understand, but I anticipate.
Yes.
And I'm not going to be like Latre ramming over there in Nassau. He's going to ball his head. But I do anticipate that the classic dancers will move from last place and they're going to move up a notch.
Yes.
Now, am I right or am I wrong? We will have to wait and see. We have our Minister for Grand Bahama, who is also a Junkanoo enthusiast. Anytime
definitely.
you see her, she's moving. But I think coming up first, we do have Jay Philippe with the Assistant Commissioner of Police, who will speak with us shortly in terms of how we're looking tonight.
Yes.
A lot of persons are out here in terms of whether or not we're safe or if we had any incidents. Listen to me. Oh, and we also want to say a special hello to Oswald Brown, who says that he's watching
nice.
all the way from Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And it's almost as if he's in Freeport. Oswald, it's always a pleasure. And we want to invite you to continue to stay tuned. We have all of the details, all of the highlights. If you are not coming out here tonight, stick with the ZNS Network. We're going to take a quick break before the women them come up. And we will be back with the latest in the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Stay with us.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Brought to you by Doctors Hospital, B&B Galaxy, Esquire's Men's Store, and Here to Please Beauty Salon.
In Grand Bahama, our lamp just got brighter. Introducing Lamp Ultimate. From unlimited urgent care visits
So we're just going to give you some oxygen.
to unlimited primary care visits.
How can we help today?
From unlimited x-rays to unlimited ultrasounds.
My baby!
And spend no more than $40 on non-specialty medication. Lamp Ultimate is the affordable healthcare plan that you've been dreaming of. And it's only available at Doctors Hospital in Grand Bahama.
With over 30 years of service with integrity, services in Abaco, New Providence, and Grand Bahama, providing modern and state-of-the-art equipment, specializing in the maintenance and operation of waste treatment plants, waste oil movement, sludge extraction, tank cleaning, elite portable toilets, and hand wash stations. We are efficient, reliable, and cutting edge. We are B&B Galaxy.
If you're tired of looking the same, yeah, you ain't got to complain, no. You know where to go and you know what to do. You can find it here. You got the best in men's world. Come on, let our friendly style help you. Hey, come on and shop. See what this crying man's got. Yeah, we got it all for you.
Here to Please over in the Churchill building downtown has everything you need, ladies. We have glueless wigs, kinky straight, and kinky curly with a kinky natural hairline. We also carry bundles, clip-ins, closures, and frontals. Hair textures available: straight, curly, body wave, loose wave, and deep waves. Hair to Please, located number 6 East Churchill Building, Bank Lane, downtown. Store hours Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Telephone contact 351-1962. Welcome back to the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Now lighting up Pioneers Way, we have the Women Dance Group. It's an all-female professional group. Let's take a look at what they're bringing tonight.
You got it.
So I saw two representatives, two presentations tonight that was practicing the third place. Drag Bahama, do you agree with me? I'm telling you, you gotta break the socks with the Drag Bahama.
Damn, they hate. The women then we have a woman who we are so proud of,
Yes,
our
we
first female minister of Grand Bahama joining us tonight. And if you didn't know, what she likes to do on the side is, I think, rush in Junkanoo groups, because anytime you see her and Junkanoo music is on, listen, she's a part of the choreographed dances. Minister, welcome and thank you for being with us tonight.
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, I love Junkanoo. Everyone knows that. And I worked closely with the Junkanoo groups before becoming minister for Grand Bahama.
That's right.
That's something I really love.
Talk about what you are seeing tonight, your observation. We have 9 groups who are hitting the parade route. What are you seeing? What's your favorite, if you'll tell us so far? We have some crowd pleasers, Platinum Nights being one of them. You saw everyone go wild. Superstar rockers, also impressive. Classic dancers. What say you?
You know what? I think they all look beautiful. I think the first thing is, this is the second Junkanoo since we went through Dorian. And so to see them come out this evening so beautifully, attired and performing so well, the music is awesome. But, we would have just recently lost Huck Williams. We haven't seen the swingers yet, but I'm sure they're going to be spectacular. And then we recently, a couple years ago, lost a motorboat of the classic dancers. So I saw the Platinum Nights display an image of Huck Williams while they were passing, and so I think that was a great tribute to come from another Junkanoo group. But I think they're all performing very well. I won't say who my favorite is because we have constituents in all these groups.
Right.
Yes. And I want to make sure they're still happy with me. So, but yes, I think they're all doing very, very well. I'm very pleased to see the beautiful colors. You have the young and the not so young. That's a part of it, and just beautifully displaying our culture. And it's good to see also a lot of the corporate support that I see here this evening. With Carnival, with Sawyer's,
Not too many plugs now. A lot of them did not sponsor our show tonight.
We're not going to start that. But I'm very happy to see, everyone out here this evening, to see so many of the kids, families enjoying themselves.
And that was my next question. This is perhaps one of the biggest events that we host every year. Are you really pleased with what you're seeing, the amount of persons who are out here tonight?
I am very, very pleased. All of the seats seem to be filled. All the beaches are filled. So I'm very happy to see that. And of course, we have positioned Grand Bahama to be the events and entertainment, home of events and entertainment for the Bahamas. And so I'm happy to see this evening. And also to know that we have so many of our creatives involved, because Junkanoo is a big part of not just our culture, but a part of the orange economy, the creative industry. And you see a lot of visitors that are here this evening, and visitors that have participated with the dance-off, and I was the judge.
Who
Very
won?
good. Canada won.
Oh, really?
But Minister, what can we do to get more persons from... Because South Florida is right off our doorstep. How can we get more of them to come and participate, being a part of the parade? Not so much being a participant in the parade itself, unless they want to go with the Bushwackers, and of course they're welcome. But to get them to know that you can come and enjoy this experience for a little money. You don't have to pay a whole lot to get here, but the experience you're going to gain is so invaluable.
Absolutely. We actually have a sister city relationship with Miami-Dade. I'm a part of a conference that's happening in February, one of the speakers there. And that's one of the things that I'm pushing for, there to be more of, the experience of our culture, for them to come over and experience what we have to offer on Grand Bahama Island. And so between the Ministry of Tourism, Investments and Aviation, the Ministry for Grand Bahama, also the Port Authority that's involved in promoting Grand Bahama Island, I think that we, have a team that's able to promote not just Junkanoo, but all of the other, activities and events that we have on the island. Because like you said, right next door, 25 minutes away.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's one of the things that we are focused on. And that's one of the mandates of my ministry to promote Grandmama Island for touristic and industrial development. And we've been busy doing that and expect to have so many more visitors that partake in events like Junkanoo. Yes.
Well, Minister, we do have the swingers group that is about to come up in just a little bit. Again, the swingers group is in mourning, just recently losing its founding father, Anthony Huck Williams. For them, this is so much more than a parade. They're paying their respect and homage to Anthony Huck Williams. And we're going to them in just a little bit because I know that they should be hitting
I was hearing
the Showtime area in just a little bit. But Minister, before you leave, because of course the Swingers is also one of those groups who many enjoy seeing. Anything that you love about this particular group? They're known for music and they're known for their costumes. What do you love about the Swingers?
The Swingers, I think so many of the Swingers are a part of Pine Ridge. The constituency of Pine Ridge. So I love that. I know so many of the members. And I really, really love Huck Williams.
Yeah.
You know, he's played such an integral role in Junkanoo development.
Correct.
In the Bahamas and, of course, on Grandmama Island in general. So tribute to his family. I know his daughter very well. She's one of my constituents as well, and so we're gonna send them off in grand style because I'm sure all the Junkanoo groups on the island is going to be a part of his homegoing celebration. So for me and Swingers, that's it. This one's for Huck.
This one is for Huck.
Right.
And the Swingers is coming under the theme, Let's Get to Work, exploring the world of exciting professions. And I understand that the prop feature will be a broadcast from ZNS News Network reporting live. So that will be interesting to see. Let's now take it down to the Swingers.
Well, thanks, Sheena. I'm standing by with the Assistant Commissioner of Police and Officer in charge of the Northern Bahamas, who has made sure that every person that are attending this parade tonight is safe. And I know there was a lot of work that went into this, to making sure that these persons come out, enjoy this parade tonight.
That is correct. My team here in Grand Bahama has been working for the past couple of weeks to ensure that everyone is safe here. We have a good contingent of officers who are working tonight. You see lots of officers on the front end of this parade, but of course there are officers to the back of the parade, ensuring that the many thousands of people who we see out here tonight are certainly safe. We have covered all our checkpoints. We have made random searches to ensure that no weapons or anything that could be used as a weapon comes into the parade ground, to make sure that everyone enjoys this cultural event tonight.
Absolutely, and that is most important, as this is a family event.
Oh, yes, certainly. We see lots of children out here tonight enjoying the Junkanoo Parade, and that speaks to the continuation of Junkanoo here on Grand Bahama. I am excited for the groups that I've been seeing, and excited to see the children who are actually taking part, and also the children who are sitting down and watching the parade. And it tells me that Junkanoo is alive and well in Grand Bahama and will grow.
Now, I was about to ask you that. I know you're from New Providence. You recently assumed this role in the Northern Bahamas, but watching Grand Bahama, I want to know if you have a horse in the race tonight.
I don't. I truly don't. I don't want to get in trouble yet. This is only the third week on the Grand Bahama, and so I'm going to tell you that I've enjoyed all that I've seen so far, and I congratulate them. I want to say congratulations to them for putting on a spectacular event here on Pioneers Way. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. Officer in charge of Grand Bahama, the Northern Bahamas, Shanta Knowles, on the parade route, ensuring, like she mentioned, that everyone is safe. And thank you guys so much for an awesome job that you're doing. Now, we also have the Swingers Junkanoo group that is about to come up on the parade. And if you mentioned, or if you listened earlier to the broadcast, I mentioned that I had a chance to attend the Junkanoo practice last month, where they spoke highly about a man who has left an indelible mark in their hearts, Huck Williams, and they are playing specific specifically for him tonight, and we spoke heavily about the brass section. Take a look at that piece.
Traditionally driven by cowbells, drums, and whistles, the evolution of Junkanoo music welcomes the harmonious sounds of trumpets, trombones, and saxophones.
I feel like the brass as a whole, especially the trombone section, we bring that energy. Whereas the bass and the saxophones give you that hard beat. When you hear that trombone, that's what would make people start dancing that rhythm. It's what it brings the dance.
This infusion of brass instruments intertwines seamlessly with the pulsating rhythms, amplifying the energy and depth of the celebration.
It's just that feeling when you hear that rhythm kick in. It's just you can't control your body at that point. You just have to dance.
In the heart of Junkanoo's vibrant culture, the age-old melodies of this Bahamian tradition are constantly experiencing a transformative touch through the harmonic sounds of the brass band.
I feel like hearing the brass kick over, it brings color. It brings color to the parade. Well, the bass line up their job and they do their job well, but when the brass really cranks up, especially playing a song with person's note, it brings color to the parade and allows you to feel like you were part of the brass or a part of the group at that point.
Renowned for its rhythmic beats and captivating tunes, Junkanoo has long been a symbol of celebration and unity in the Bahamas. However, the brass instruments are adding a fresh resonance of this storied culture phenomenon. Musicians in the Swingers Junkanoo group say this year they will be playing for a man who left an indelible mark on them all, Huck Williams.
Thank you very much, Ramiko, for that special piece. We now send it down to Showtime with the Swingers Junkanoo group coming under the theme, Let's Get to Work Exploring the World of Exciting Professions.
Available in Freeport, Bahama. I am here, swinging along with you, and my spiritual advisor, Mr. We have a lot of secrets from his Lord and Son about it. So he is going to let you guys know. What the hell is
I am talking about African. He said a woman over here is so I don't know. Everybody up there, Freeport. Guess what? How about that song? Okay,
And there you have it, the Swingers Junkanoo Group under the theme, Let's Get to Work, exploring the world of exciting professions. Karen, we saw a number of recognizable professions, including the law enforcement agencies, the Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Customs, and Immigration. Your thoughts on the Swingers tonight?
Swingers, again, improvement from last parade. I do love the fact that they try to incorporate it as many professions as possible. However, I was looking for some teachers out there and some doctors. I mean, come on. I mean, teachers and doctors, I think I would have loved to seen them on the parade route. But nonetheless, the music was pulsating, and so persons were definitely dancing on the bleachers. And you just saw a crowd of persons walking on the sidewalk, making sure that they follow the Swingers Junkanoo Group around the parade route. And so, again, it's going to be a tough one, especially for the music judges.
Speaking of making their rounds, we also are joined by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg. Pioneers Way is way better than Bay Street. Just say it for our audience.
Yes, nobody's back is in your view.
Well, let me say I've been on Bay Street and Pioneers Way for the last 24, 36 hours. So it's time for the bad way for me. But I'm enjoying it. You know, I thought Swingers did a great job. Obviously, the spirit of Huck Williams is staying inside this group, and they're doing this for him. And he is a legend in the culture in Junkanoo in this country. And so I'm happy to see them and to display their theme in a fashion that he would have been appreciative of.
Anything in particular that stood out to you with the Swingers Junkanoo Group?
Swingers always been able to display their music very well. Yes. And I always believe that, you know, despite taking nothing away from Platinum Knights, who've been the overall champions, but Swingers always seem for me to have better music. Yeah. And that's their title that they stick with, you know, and I think that if they continue doing that. Tonight, I think the judges has their hands full, and I think that streak could be break. I have no horse in the race, but just being around Junkanoo long enough, like I say, for the last 48 hours, you know, there was a surprise back home, and Valley thought they had it, and Saxon came and make 2 straight. And so we don't want Platinum Knights to sleep and believe that it's one in the bag. The Swingers came out tonight to prove that they're coming for something, and they want to do this for their former leader.
So before I get back to Grand Bahama, let's take it to Nassau. Saxons. Both parades. You, Minister, you are a Valley boy. The Prime Minister. Valley boy. What's going on in Nassau?
Boxing Day, I thought Valley had it. I was surprised to see that Faxon wanted Boxing Day. When I saw the Valley and New Year's Day, I thought they won it also. And then shortly after, you know, Saxons came out. And I can honestly say that is the prettiest group I've seen in years.
Wow.
The Saxon was pretty from top to bottom. And I knew it was going to be tough, the judges. So I'm not surprised that they pulled it off. I was surprised they did it in Boxing Day. But New Year's Day, I thought they deserved it.
Minister, Platinum Knights leader Thomas Curry has been advocating for a while now. He believes Grand Bahama groups, whether it's the Platinum Knights or whether they come together, should now be able to, he believes that they have what it takes, let me say, to perform on Bay. What say you?
Automatically. That's no without any question. They definitely can perform on Bay Street. When you look at the major groups in New Providence, they are 300-400 strong. One of the groups, definitely Swingers and Platinum Knights can perform in the A category in New Providence, but then their size wouldn't match what they will be going up against. So if they was to come together, you know, I have a vision to one day we can have the best of the best in all of the islands to come together and put all-star teams together in Junkanoo and compete and represent the island. We wanted to do it in the last Bahama Games. That didn't come off. We got one upcoming in 2026, and hopefully that's something you know, we can continue working on and get the funding to pull that off, where Grand Bahama can be represented by Grand Bahama Junkanoo groups all in one. One group can represent New Providence, one can represent Exuma, Cat Island, and the rest alike. And if you know, I'm going to spend the rest of between now and June traveling to the Family Islands, watching all of these Junkanoo, senior Junkanoo inside the Family Islands. So I know what it takes and what the performance levels they are. And so I could tell you, Friday, next Saturday coming, will be Exoma, the next one, and that is off the chain.
Really?
Yeah.
Make sure I take the ZNS Northern Service team.
Yes.
The next group up is the New Generation category. That is an exhibition group. And then that will conclude the first lap. We will be moving on now to the second lap, where many of these groups, what they fell short on the first time around, they make sure bring it.
Tighten
the
it
second, right? Tighten it the second time around. Karen, what is your advice now to some of these groups in order to capture this title?
Like Minister just said, you heard from swingers. And so now that you've seen everyone behind you, now you need to go and take your notes, see where you fell down on your first lap and try to correct it. And so we know that swingers always come with music, so that means on this second lap, make sure that your drums are heated properly so that you can get that rhythm that you're looking for. As far as your choreography, make sure that your girls are tight, that they're synchronized, that they're moving as a unison, that their costumes are staying on, because for some odd reason, costumes just don't seem to move the same way that the girls are moving. And so, again, it takes them sitting down with the person who's doing the choreography and the designer of the costumes. They have to collaborate to make sure that when they design the costumes, it is designed for the movements so that they're not falling apart on the road, because it's so disappointing to see when it's falling off and somebody's trying to put it on. And if they can just change that and get that tightened, then that'll work. We noticed with the ZNS booth moving down the parade route, the wheel fell off. So things like that, reinforcing the wheels, making sure that every mechanism is in place. One thing, Minister, I'd like to say to you is that the parades take a lot of time and effort as far as putting the costumes together. Can't we find a way to make sure that the costumes are on display somewhere in a museum? Again, it can be in the Rand Memorial Hospital. I've spoken to our hospital administrator, Jessica Cartwright, and she has agreed that some of the pieces we can showcase in our foyer. So perhaps when the parade is finished, instead of it going to the dumps or it's taken apart and used for the next parade that's coming up, and I know some of them do that, but can't we find a way to preserve them by putting them on display?
That is something we are discussing right now, and we're going to have some postmortem after all of these parades, because the amount of money, time invested in these costumes is just don't make any sense to just throw them away and set them aside. And we believe that the Junkanous can profit benefit financially from these costumes, because they can place it, like you say, in Iran or different corporate areas where it can be displayed, and they can go in and tune it up and make sure it stay looking sharp, and even give them a few dollars just to have it there, rent it to be there. And so, but the museum, the Junkanoo Museum, is something that must come not only on New Providence, but definitely on Grand Bahama.
Yes, sir.
And so that we can have these pieces of the various groups displayed all year round. We want tourists to be able to come in and pay to see these huge pieces and beautiful pieces, but also make sure that the museum itself doesn't benefit, but those who build them also get some profit out of it.
Yes.
And Minister, don't go anywhere yet. We have some more questions for you. But our Jay Philippe is also standing by with some crowd reaction. New Generation is coming up, but they're not quite here yet. Jay Philippe, what's happening down there in the crowd?
I'm joined by Katrina. Katrina, you said it's been a while. It's been a long time since you attended the parade. Tell us about that.
Yes, it's been over 20 years since I've been to a Junkanoo here in Grand Bahama, but very happy to be back and experiencing all of the lively performances. Platinum Nights, particularly, my gosh, they brought Bay Street to Pioneers Way. I was waiting to see the swingers and seeing how they're going to honor their leader. So it was amazing. I'm happy to be here.
So in those 20 years, were you able to watch Junkanoo via television?
Yes, always catch it during on TV, but I can't miss another one. So I'll be here next year, God's willing.
Let me ask you, who's going to be the group? Which group has been most impressive so far? Who do you think is going to come away as the winner of this parade?
The most impressive? Superstar Rockers, probably.
Superstar Rockers.
Probably.
There you have it. That is Katrina. It's been a while since she's been home on Grand Bahama, but she's here to watch this year's parade, and she's pulling for the Superstar Rockers. I wouldn't go on a limb and say that, but we'll see what happens. Back to you guys.
Platinum Nights.
Platinum Nights? Which one you got? You still got to be one.
Oh, no, Platinum Nights, for sure. You know, they're not fair, so.
There you go, man. Back to you guys, Shashida.
We've heard superstar rockers, classic dancers, platinum nights. Minister, you say you have no horse in the race. If you could judge this competition on the first lap, what would you say? Who do you think would carry it?
The swingers and platinum nights, I think would be one or two. I think the performance, the choreograph for platinum nights and the costume would have given them the edge.
Yes.
I think swingers would have beaten them in the music. But again, it's not only one lap. So right now, a platinum night is leading by a few points in my calculation. But I think if the swingers come back, they choreograph look good and they continue to perform even more effectively, like you say. And then the ZNS, us.
They winning.
Yeah.
they took the whole parade. Yeah, but the wheel. Yeah.
Wheel. I think the swingers going to be there. And I think the thing is, there were judges that came down from New Providence along with some judges here from Grand Bahama. And we did this to try to mesh the knowledge with these judges. And so this is not going to be an easy parade to be judged. And so we want the people to know and the Grand Bahamians to know that there are some neutral judges who just coming in who has no horses in the race, no favoritism, and they're going to judge it fairly. And at the end of the day, the best Junkanoo group is going to win.
And that's important, and I actually like that idea because at one point, because people felt as if the Platinum Nights, you know, they're giving it to the Platinum Nights. It's what we've heard for so long, but we've seen what the Platinum Nights have been able to do. And they really and truly have been leading the way. They are the newbies on the block, Minister, when it comes to the 4A groups. But there's no negating what the Platinum Nights has been able to do.
Agreed.
We saw it last year in the 2023 Junkanoo New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade, but this time around now we see some areas where one or two other groups may have captured these titles.
Correct.
Platinum Nights was able to take 6 of the 8 categories. Is that possible this time around, Karen?
I don't know if they're going to take 6 because just like Minister just said, that swingers, you cannot sleep on them. They brought their A game. And so it's anybody's ball game as far as the second lap is concerned. Because, there may have been some things that you did not get correct on your first lap. But that second lap is where you can make a point. Now, there's also going to be some penalties and some of the things I was pointing out to you that, again, persons not having their hats on. You might be on that back line, but you still have to be wearing the proper amount of costuming in order to, again, get away from those penalties. Persons wearing too much cloth. Again, you're only supposed to have so many persons in the parade route with cloth. And so if you're not adhering to those rules and regulations that you put on pen and paper, you will be penalized by that. And so they have to look at those things and try to improve on it. And so, again, Platinum Night swingers, but each one of those groups have been winners before.
Yeah.
And so, again, let's just see what they come with the second time around.
Final thoughts, Minister, as the new generation group make their way.
I always enjoy coming to Grand Bahama and watching that parade. It's been my second time, and I can truly say that these groups continue to improve themselves. And I'm looking forward today that we can have one or two of them come down on Boxing Day and perform, and then come back to Grand Bahama and perform on New Year's. Because it's really, really, truly the culture icon of the Bahamas, Junkanoo, and we want to make sure we continue to develop it throughout the land and breadth of the Bahamas. And by doing so, we want the New Providence, the Grand Bahamians to also go to the family islands and make sure that they have their little brothers and sisters islands, because we want to be able to see the same level of Junkanoo throughout the land and breadth of the Commonwealth wherever we go.
Thank you so much.
And Minister, make sure that Shashina's on the parade route, because she's always talking about she's going to do it and never, ever hit the parade route.
Speak with Minister LaRota firstly and my boss, Clint Watson, so that I'm able to hit the parade route and not sit up here.
Once.
That's right.
Miles,
once.
You got to do it once.
Just once. Thank you so much, Minister, for being with us this evening. We now take it down to the parade route, New Generation, Cultural Performance Arts Organization. And here's a look at what they are bringing for the first time tonight.
and gentlemen, I see in the house, Henry Hughes Houghton is in the house. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Boulevard for the second time around. Showtime!
And that was a look at new generation on cultural performance, arts, and organization symbols under the theme All the Flowers. This is a new group tonight. Not an A group or a B group, an exhibition group. And explain exactly what an exhibition group is, Karen.
Okay, an exhibition group is a group that they're not in either the A or B category, but they have to hit the parade route in order for them to next year decide whether or not they want to be a part of the A or the B. But in order to be A, you have to have at least 100 or more members. Now, for the B category, there has to be 40 or less members in order for you to be in the B. And so that's what it is. So for them, even though you say it's a new group, it's not technically a new group.
Not technically.
Technically. That is Kingdom Culture. Members from Kingdom Culture, Eddie Sherman, he was right there shaking those cowbells. And there are also some members from Platinum Knights tied up in there as well. And so there are seasoned junkandoers who've decided, okay, they're going to start a new name of a group. And so therefore you have new generation.
Interesting enough, and you know from many years ago, that's how most of these groups start. They break off, they form new groups. But this group, if this is the first time officially as a group they are hitting the parade route, they are impressive, Karen.
They are, especially the music. Shashina, they have not held back, even though they're not as big as your swingers or Platinum Knights when it comes to the music section. But the music was tight. And it was on point. You couldn't take anything away from the music. No, nothing at all.
I enjoyed them from beginning to end. Wilfred Mullings from Bahamas Air, Senior Sales Manager, also with us. Wilfred, your thoughts on the parade? Well, let's start with New Generation. This is the first time that they're not competing this year, but this is the first time that they are performing on this route. What are your thoughts?
Well, firstly, let me thank you all for having us here this evening. And let me wish the whole country on behalf of the entire board of directors, management team at Bahamas Air, and indeed the staff, a very, very happy New Year. Now to Junkanoo. I'm very impressed for what I've been seeing tonight. I've been here from the start of the Junkanoo parade, and seeing what I saw here tonight, it gives me good confidence and good pleasure to say that Junkanoo is alive and well in Grand Bahama.
When it comes to Bahamas Air, we want to say, of course, thank you for coming on board as a sponsor, because the only way that ZNS is able to even put on a live production like this one is through the help of corporate sponsors like Bahamas Air, like B&B Galaxy, like Hair to Please, like some of these persons who say, listen, this is culture. And it's important for everyone, not just within the Bahamas, to be able to see what's happening on Grand Bahama tonight, but from all over the world. You have people tuned into the broadcast.
Yes, definitely, and it is always a pleasure for Bahamas Air as the national flag carrier and the #1 choice for air travel in the Bahamas.
Listen, before you move on, my mother will not travel on any other airline but Bahamas Air.
Yes, we rely heavily on our reputation of safety, and it's our pleasure to be here tonight as a good corporate citizen to ensure that we keep the culture alive in the country, and we're doing our part by being here tonight.
And we do have a lull. That concludes actually the first lap. We're moving now into the second lap, and Showtime is almost here. But before they come into the Showtime area, talk a little bit about what Bahamas Air has in particular for the Northern Bahamas, for Grand Bahama. I know you have the North Carolina route. How is that looking? How's it doing? And what else can we expect from you?
Well, you know, we're at the table. We're discussing a whole lot of things for the new coming year. However, right now what we have going on in Grand Bahama, direct services into RDU, which is North Carolina, Raleigh. And we also have direct services out of Freeport into Fort Lauderdale. And we're so excited for what we've been seeing with our numbers coming out of Grand Bahama, in particular the Fort Lauderdale route. But one of the things that we're really focusing on in the new year is our newest route into Raleigh, North Carolina, that direct service into Raleigh.
our team has been able to travel and showcase a lot of things that's happening in Raleigh, North Carolina, what persons can do if they want to take that route, some of the activities and events happening within that city, and they talk about how
experience with Raleigh is all about, to bring it back home, to showcase to the Grand Bahamian market, and we're excited that Raleigh is a growing city. There's a lot to do in Raleigh.
Yeah.
There's good shopping in Raleigh.
Yeah.
Raleigh now is becoming one of is the second concert city next to Atlanta right now.
Yeah. Really?
And they host a lot of festivals and concerts with big name entertainers and all that good stuff. And during the summer months, their water parks and their entertainment on the outside really kicks in. So there's a lot to offer in Raleigh, and we hope that Grand Bahamians will take advantage of it. Right now, we have a special running at $375 round trip into Raleigh, North Carolina. You can't beat that with a stick.
Can't beat that. And of course, you leave on time and you're bringing us back on time.
Definitely.
That's my Bahamas Air.
2 free bags with that? Let me find out.
2 free bags. No bags.
Okay, but you mentioned about us going to Raleigh. But what about those persons who are in Raleigh coming to Grand Bahama? Because Grand Bahama has so much to offer. And you talk about entertainment. Grand Bahama is the entertainment capital.
We're going to
make
get
it that
more
way
into
again.
that, because I see where Showtime is already here.
Yes.
So let's head back to the parade route. And once we have a lull, we'll get back to our corporate sponsor, Bahamas Air, where you can talk a little bit more of what you have to offer. Let's now send it down to the parade route, Showtime.
Talking about decorations and creativity, we have here Vanjie McBride Augie. Please tell us what you think about the parade tonight. How do you feel? First of all, Happy New Year to you. Yeah. So how do you feel about the parade, the colors, and the creativity?
Happy New Year to everybody. I think the parade this year is fantastic. You can see that it's growing and they're being more creative as far as colors. And so we look at Nassau, Junkanoo, and then we compare Grand Bahama. We're not too far off from Nassau. We keep improving, and soon we will be the Saxons and we'll be the Valley Boys, and we'll be all of those that Nassau have as our children grow. And they get more interested here in Grand Bahama, because if you look at the numbers now, in each of the groups, it's considerably more than what we had last year. So let us continue to encourage the youth to participate in such a cultural explosion every end of the year. I think it's fantastic, Bill, and I never miss it.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, and about the creativity, I mean, I know you're the designer and a decorator yourself. I mean, how do you think they look tonight?
Man, as far as creativity, these people's minds are exploding like fireworks when it comes down to creativity and blending all the colors together. And this is what culture and Junkanoo is all about. So kudos to them.
Thank you very much, Vanjie Augie. Thank you so very much. And very prophetic that we're going to be on par with the Saxons and Raleigh. The music in the Junkanoo tonight. We have a musician here, Mr. Kevin Tomlinson. What do you say about the music tonight?
Good evening, everyone. I thought the music was great, especially the group that got up earlier.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Coming up the boulevard. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Superstar Rockers. The Superstar Rockers is making their final lap up the boulevard.
was a Showtime Junk Canoe Crew for the 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade under the theme Golden Jubilee. Yes. It is a celebration. We saw the choreographed dancers with native straw cloth adorned with yellow and gold as a depiction of indigenous materials.
Correct.
What we consider Bahamian. The off-the-shoulder pieces, Abaco, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, and Inagua were some of the islands depicted by the off-the-shoulder pieces, as well as the coat of arms was paraded during their performance.
Yes, ma'am.
What Showtime didn't do the first time, they had to do the second time. This is the final performance. What do you think? Have you seen any improvement from we saw them the first time around?
The energy level wasn't as high as the first time. And so I thought by now they would have regrouped and really come out stronger than they did the first time. But I think the cold may be playing a factor, especially for the young ladies, because as you can see, the costumes that they have on, the arms are bare, there's nothing underneath, and they're wearing a skirt. And so again, I think by waiting to get on the parade route, it may have made them a little bit too cold. But once they started moving, it was okay. But again, the energy level didn't come up the notch that I thought it would.
The Showtime again. They are. It's a group that I have near and dear to my heart because of Terry Wildgoose.
Terry Wildgoose.
And I would have covered. I would have interviewed him many times. Wilfred. Terry Wildgoose was the founder of the Showtime group, who passed, I think, a couple years ago. At least maybe 3 or 4 years. It could be
maybe
longer,
3 years.
Maybe 3 years ago. But it was his dream to always see young people take over Showtime.
Correct.
To be engaged. It was his dream, not just for his group, but for the culture itself.
For the culture to sustain.
When we talk about Junkanoo, 3 of our legends
I agree.
have passed.
Icons.
The founding fathers of some of these groups. Motorboat.
Ken Motorboat Ferguson, and that was
from
Classic
the
Dancers.
Classic Dancers.
Yes.
And then recently, Anthony Huff Williams.
Yes.
From the Swingers. And the legendary Terry Wildgoose.
And Shashina, remember that Anthony Huck Williams, along with Ken Motorboat, were roommates.
Wow.
They were roommates when they first came to Grand Bahama, and both worked at road traffic. But both of them were leaders of 2 opposing Junkanoo groups. Now tell me, how does that friendship work? I don't understand it. But they did. And they lived together in harmony. But when it came to parade time, it was no holds barred. And so they, again, only argued on the parade route. But after that, they just lived
not just on the parade route. When the results came in.
Well, that too. That was, but you know, that's a Bahamian cry anytime. They cheat, they rob us. That's our cry. That's our cry.
But Wilfred, you're not from Grand Bahama. You were born in Nassau. Which Junkanoo group is your favorite over there?
Oh boy.
Well, you know, there's only one group alive in Nassau.
My goodness.
You know, and that's the Valley Boys. Despite what happened in the past 2 parades, the Valley Boy is the group.
The group.
Let me ask you a very important question. Did the judges cheat?
Well, you know,
every year we hear.
They rob us every year, you know.
They rob y'all every year.
Every year, you know. I think the performance that was displayed for the Boxing Day and the New Year's Day parade by the Valley Boys was superb.
It was.
You know, the competition was extremely stiff, I must say. So the judges, I'm just happy I'm not a judge in that position to be making those final decisions.
Correct. The minister is a Valley Boy as well, and he admitted to us, he said that, you know, Valley did extremely well, but he agrees that Saxons should have carried both parades.
I don't know about Boxing Day, maybe New Year's, but Boxing Day, we put on a performance like there was none other down there on Bay. And it was phenomenal.
Yeah, you have to be proud, though, of all of these Junkanoo groups. The time, the energy, the money that it takes just to be a part of this. And then the criticism that even comes with it, you know, after. But just being a part and ensuring that our culture goes from one generation to the next. And we saw that on display tonight, as we saw a 3-year, maybe around 3 years
We
old.
say about 3 years old. Beating
With the drum.
Yes.
Which group was that, Karen? I think it was the Swingers.
I think he's with Swingers, yes. But again, I guess the second time around, we'll get to see.
But it was just amazing to see. And again, for all of the people who are out here tonight, we see a lot of children also being engaged with this parade, and that is so important for us moving Junkanoo forward.
But Shashina, imagine the Junkanoo rush hour that's taking place in heaven with all of our icons up there, like a Gus Williams, like a Jackson Burnside, along with Ken Motorboat, along with Mr. Wildgoose, and of course Huck Williams. Imagine the Junkanoo Russia that they're having right now. And so I know that all of them are looking down and saying, fantastic job. We did all that we were supposed to do. We left here empty. And so it's up to the rest of us who remain to continue the legacy, to make sure that we go ahead and continue this legacy. Just like how they have Kitty Carnival in Trinidad, we need to continue with the Junior Junkanoo here in the Bahamas, making sure that that feeder program is able to transfer to the regular A Division and B Division groups.
I absolutely agree. Superstar Rockers, they are coming up next, just a few minutes away. The parade was a lot tighter in the beginning. I'm noticing that the lulls are getting bigger and bigger. But our Angel Russell spoke with some members and some persons about the Superstar Rockers. Angel, what do you have to say?
That's right. We are downtown here for the Junkanoo Parade 2024. And who am I here with right now?
Sharice Johnson.
Awesome. And Shari, what are you expecting from the parade tonight?
Just to have a good time, looking at the beautiful costume, enjoying myself with my daughter Antonia. Today is her birthday.
Awesome.
Yes, and my other daughter Antonia, my grandson. We came out to enjoy the festivities.
Well, happy birthday to Antonia. And what else, which group do you think will win tonight?
Hopefully Platinum Knights.
Okay, you're cheering for them. And what you think Platinum Knights got over everybody else?
Well, that's why I come out to see. Because right now they're beautiful. They're out here. They're always beautiful, but I come to see what they have different from everybody else now. I don't know yet. But they sound good. They're beautiful. They dance, and the choreographer looks awesome. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Back to you, Sheena.
Thank you very much. And we did a poll earlier.
Yes.
And we asked which Junkanoo group is our audience favorite, and the response was in Platinum Knights, which is surprising because most persons in the live feed, they're talking about Platinum Knights. They actually said the Swingers.
Yes.
So we have some more questions coming up for you. You can always go back to that question on our ZNS Facebook page, ZNS Northern Service, and you can put your group of choice. We'll tally it at the end, and we'll announce our poll winner for tonight.
Good.
Wilford, before we take a break, again, Superstar Rockers, they are coming up in just a few minutes. But before we take a break, anything that you would like to leave us with when it comes to Bahamas Air?
Well, I just want to leave you with letting you know, in particular, the Raleigh, North Carolina route out of Grand Bahama. Because she started to ask the question before the last break.
Correct.
We have an aggressive marketing campaign going on right now in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism.
Perfect.
And that's going very well. We're about to hit the road again in Raleigh by doing another sales blitz and getting the word out there about Grand Bahama. And I must give kudos to all of our trade and travel partners in Grand Bahama who have been very instrumental in ensuring that we get the word across over in Raleigh, advertising on traditional radio, television, and what have you. And so we're doing our part in ensuring that it's a top of mind thing in Raleigh, that you can get direct services out of Raleigh directly into Grand Bahama. Flight is only an hour and a half, and it's a quick flight over, and it's been going well. And before I go, Shishina, and I just want to once again, let me look into the camera, which camera I'm looking at. This one there?
Oh, boy.
To wish the entire Bahamas one more time a very, very happy new year on behalf of the entire management and staff of Bahamas Air, your national fly carrier, the board of directors. We are looking forward to you continuing your patronage throughout the year 2024, and we see you soon again on one of our next flights on Bahamas Air.
Well, I will make sure that my pilot sisters and brothers who are in Raleigh, North Carolina, are on that Bahamas Air flight coming to the Bahamas very, very soon.
Definitely.
I actually thought you were going to close off with something with the Valley Boys. I'm very happy that you ended that way. Wilford, thank you so much, and the entire Bahamas Air team. Let me just give a kudos to the Bahamas Air team in Freeport.
Yes.
Because I travel frequently, and I'm often late. But those women do an exceptional job ensuring that I don't miss my flight.
Definitely. And
they are just amazing. So kudos to our Bahamas Air team. here in Freeport. I love y'all so much. I
We
would
do.
have cost that so much money because yeah.
That's one of the things that make Bahamas our staff.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Williams and his
Oh,
entire
yeah.
team
Mr.
down there, they're doing a
Williams.
phenomenal job.
Yes.
They're
Thank you
phenomenal.
very much. We're going to take a break. Superstar Rockers, they are still in the distance, not too far away, but a few minutes before they come back for their second lap. There you have it on the screen. They are making their way into the Showtime area. Stay with us, ZNS Northern Service. We have you covered with the 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. We'll be back right after this.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. Brought to you by Doctors Hospital, B&B Galaxy, Esquire's Men's Store, and Here to Please Beauty Salon.
In Grand Bahama, our lamp just got brighter. Introducing Lamp Ultimate. From unlimited urgent care visits.
So we're just going to give you some oxygen.
To unlimited primary care visits.
How can we help today?
From unlimited x-rays to unlimited ultrasounds.
My baby!
And spend no more than $40 on non-specialty medication. Lamp Ultimate is the affordable healthcare plan that you've been dreaming of. And it's only available at Doctors Hospital in Grand Bahama.
With over 30 years of service with integrity, services in Abaco, New Providence, and Grand Bahama, providing modern and state-of-the-art equipment, specializing in the maintenance and operation of waste treatment plants, waste oil movement, sludge extraction, tank cleaning, elite portable toilets, and hand wash stations. We are efficient, reliable, and cutting edge. We are B&B Galaxy.
If you're tired of looking the same, yeah, you ain't got to complain, no. You know where to go and you know what to do. You can find it here. Got the best in men's world. Come on, let our friendly style help you. Hey, come on and shop. See what a Squire man's got. Yeah, we got it all for you.
Here to Please over in the Churchill Building downtown has everything you need, ladies. We have glueless wigs, kinky straight, and kinky curly with a kinky natural hairline. We also carry bundles, clip-ins, closures, and frontals. Hair textures available: straight, curly, body wave, loose wave, and deep waves. Hair to Please, located number 6 East Churchill Building, Bike Lane, downtown. Store hours Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Telephone contact 351-1962.
Welcome back to the 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. We are coming to you live from Pioneers Way. 9 groups already hit the parade route. 4 A groups, 4 B groups, and 1
exhibition.
Very impressive exhibition group.
Yes.
Karen, we've seen it all. We are now into our second lap.
Correct.
And in just maybe 2 minutes or so, Superstar Rockers is expected to hit Showtime under the theme, The Beauty of Nature. The Superstar Rockers placed second in the 2023 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade.
Correct.
They say that they are aggressively coming for first place this time around.
Well, we will see once they have finished this second lap. And like I said before, they were great coming out the gate because this is the first A group coming out of the gate. We started off with Showtime, which was a B group, but this is the first A group. And normally when you're coming out first, it is a little bit more difficult for you to really break ground. But Superstar Rockers were definitely leaving it all on the road. They did not stop. They made sure that their banner was depicting their theme, the front, the off-the-shoulder pieces, the choreographed section, the back section with the music, everything was cohesive. And so again, this is just the second lap, and it's an opportunity for them to tighten any areas that they were lacking in.
What's important to note, Karen, is that when selecting a theme,
yes,
when the Junkanoo groups are selecting a theme, they should be able to execute that theme from that very first piece straight
the way to the back.
All the way to the back. Talk about the importance of that and how that weighs into the judge's decision. Outside of penalties, of course.
It is vitally important because the judges need to see that you really went in depth with your theme, and that no matter what part of the group they're looking at, they can still see that story. The story should unfold from the front all the way to the back. It shouldn't be, well, what is this I'm looking at? I do not recognize it. It doesn't have anything to do with the theme. Again, and it's paying attention to those details. It's making sure that you have that storyboard and that it reads well. And also that your colors, that they're vibrant, that they're pleasing to the eyes. And of course, you got to have that music, because if the crowd is not on their feet and they're not moving with you, dog eat your lunch.
I agree. Well, here's what you should be looking at when it comes to the Superstar Walkers. According to their synopsis, their step-down costumes will have the crustacean kingdom, sea life, jungle life, winter, pollination. The shoulder costumes will be costumes that exhibit king cobra, African zebra, rain, fire, swan. And then when it comes to the choreographed dancers, we should be seeing peacocks and butterflies. And the free dancers, flowers and animals and all things pertaining to nature. Again, they are coming under the theme, the beauty of nature. Let's take it back down to Showtime with the Superstar Rockers.
Who's your horse in the race? Still over here. Andy Calvin. Andy Calvin. So look this way. Look straight ahead. Not here, right a little bit. Over here. So who's your horse in the race? Anybody over here agree with us? No. One person. One person. All second lap. We're going around. Your observation, tell me what you think about the parade.
You know, I think we've evolved dramatically over the years. Ultimately, people start really with the Bahama and the Valley. I'm looking tonight to the far west of the New York State. But I know my horse in the race, PK. PK? What's he say?
Organizers are looking
was a look at the Superstar Rockers under the theme, The Beauty of Nature.
Yes.
Thoughts, Karen?
Well, Tashina, they gave it their second shot, and I think they did a great job.
Do you think it was stronger than the first lap?
Sorry?
Do you think it was stronger than the first lap?
Yes, definitely stronger than the first lap. But again, we are going to leave it in the hands of the judges. But I can say that the music is going to be the hardest one to judge this year because a lot of the groups, they have really improved on their musicality. And so I can't wait to see what the judges' decision is going to be.
Again, the Superstar Rockers, they placed second in the 2023 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. 130 points is what they lost by to the Platinum Knights. This time around, they promised a first place win. We saw where they were moved, where the crowd was moved by them.
Yes.
We saw the excitement. We saw the energy coming from the crowd.
We did.
But was it enough?
I don't think so. I think that, again, Platinum Knights still have that little edge. And we're going to see that these numbers are going to be very, very close. It's not going to be 130 like it was last time. It's going to be very, very close.
And for those who do not know, when you hear Karen speak, not only are you a Junkanoo enthusiast, but again, you rush with the Swingers Junkanoo group, so your opinion is really not biased. You're just saying
I'm just saying
what you see.
I'm just saying what I see.
And a lot of times you call the penalties, Karen.
Yes.
Let's talk about that because have you seen any groups where we can expect some heavy penalties as a result of falling short on costumes?
Yes, we're going to see some penalties, and the penalties will come especially with those in the back line, because you have some persons in the back line who should be in fringe costume, whether it's the pants, have on the headpiece, and they're not doing that. They don't have it. And so the judges are going to be looking for that, especially the penalty judge, because that's what they're there for, to point out those things that are not in line with you getting that 100% mark. And so they'll be looking to make sure that all of the persons who are in that back line, that they definitely either have on that fringe pants or they're wearing that headpiece that they should be wearing, depending on where they are in the lineup.
Now, what we haven't heard yet is any group starting late.
No,
it seems like all of them were on time.
They were on time. However, there was some lulls in between.
Some long lulls
must
this
say
year.
that there were some lulls in between. And for some reason, last year, they were much better, the parade organizers. They were much better.
Let's hear it for the Bushwackers
on the parade route in a timely fashion.
I
promise you,
Especially,
that's the last lap
I
for the
found
night.
it strange that Sting, you didn't have any costumes to say that you had to move and make sure that they were in position. And so I don't understand why it took them a little while to get on the parade route. But nonetheless, these are the things that we need to tighten up on so that the parade doesn't have that lull for people to get bored with. We don't want that.
Right. Coming up next, we have the Bushwackers Junkanoo group. They are competing in the category B division. And anytime I announce them as the Bushwackers, I always get in trouble because I'm told to call them the legendary.
The legendary. Oh Lord, that sounds like something
Ricardo Lightborn. And we have seen Ricardo Lightborn on this parade route again. Every year he rushes with, you can find him right here on New Year's night with the Bushwackers. He has been a part of this group for such a long time.
Yes, he is.
And it's just amazing to see that they've kept this going for so many years.
They have.
What's so special about the Bushwackers, Karen?
The Bushwackers is what we call homegrown. That's what's so special about them, Shashina. They don't have the massive horn section. They don't have the zouzaphones. They don't have the kunkalunkas. They don't have any of that. They just have the raw bone, click, dum boom. That's it. That's their claim to fame. But they're also thinking eco-friendly because they're using the tab and they're making it their costume. And like I said, look at the colors on the tab this time around, Shashina. So they've upgraded their costuming. That now the tab has colors. And so we look forward to fun groups like the Bushwackers. So for those of you who don't want to be a part of a major group, you can come out and have fun with the Bushwackers.
Let's send it now to Pioneer's Way with the legendary Bushwackers.
Yes.
it's the final lap of the legendary Bushwackers. And just one correction, Karen. They are not rushing as the fun group this year. I think this is the second year they are now rushing as B group. They came last place last year, the 2023 Year's Day.
No, the year before that they were disqualified.
Okay, so this must be the third year that they are rushing as a category B division. But of course, the Bushwackers is always a fan favorite, and we always appreciate watching them every New Year's Day for the Junkanoo Parade. And we look forward to seeing them move up, climb up the notch this time around.
Agreed.
Our Rumiko Knowles is also standing by live with an interview. Rumiko.
Seated on
Nobody seeing them. They don't see anybody.
And I totally agree with you.
Thanks, Shayna. Well, I'm standing by with 4 young ladies who've been watching the entire parade all night. And I don't know, there's like another Kung Salad crowd over here now because they all mix. One is classic dancers, the other is Platinum Nights.
Platinum Nights.
Why?
Because the dancing is great, the music is great, the costume's amazing every year without fail. Every year.
You on payroll?
No.
Tell me what.
I am also for Platinum Nights. Every year they come with dancers, energy, music. Did y'all see those costumes? Exactly. They were
PK and your belly lady platinum dancers. I don't care, every year without fail. Nobody seen them in the costumes. I don't care what nobody say PK or nothing.
And they they pull in my mic to pull for Platinum Nights.
Now you saved the best for last. Swingers. Let me tell you, they came with the energy tonight, the music, the costumes. They did not come to play. Swingers are nothing. I will say, they need to do a recount.
You gotta do this whole day over because somebody cheating.
We'll happens to boys. See the break right now.
I think Rumiko's having some audio issues. But I think the last question was, what happens if PK does not win? They said to start the entire day over because someone
they say they cheat.
All too familiar words in Junkanoo. We also have our Jay Philippe, who has been working the crowd all evening. Jay, what can you tell us?
Shayna, I'm joined here by Tara. Can you guess which group she is rooting for? It says the Superstar Rockers. Tara, just saw their second lap. What do you thought about Superstar Rockers?
I felt that they did great with the boost and the hype. I was ready to join up over the railings and just join them. They really impressed me on their second lap.
Let's be realistic now. What do you think is going to be the overall result for the Superstar Rockers? Seeing that you saw the Swingers, you saw Platinum Nights, you saw the classic dances. How do you honestly think your group is going to fare?
I think we're coming on top. No doubt.
No doubt.
No doubt.
You want to put some money on that?
I will.
There you have it, Tara, Superstar Rockers. She says that this group is going to win first place at the parade. We'll see tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the C.A. Smith Building. Back to you, Shashina.
Thank you so much, Jay. And turning now to our audience on social media on Facebook. Jenna Riley says, let's go, Bushwackers. Y'all look good. We also have Paul Campbellstone watching from Miami, Florida. Kevin Just Chillin says, after PK come on, everyone going home. Parade over. Thanks for coming. Stephanie Pierre says the Bushwackers are still going hard. Yes. Certainly, Stephanie, they are. And then Antonia Pinder made an interesting point. She said, I mean, PK come and take the whole thing over. I remember when swingers used to be the biggest thing. Whoa. Now PK come and take over. Well, what do you say about that, Karen?
I say that's her opinion and she's entitled to it, so well done. Well done. But again, we will see what the judges have to say, because if you watched last night's parade in New Providence, well, I should say early morning parade in New Providence, you would have sworn that Valley took it as well. And so again,
Right.
we still have to see what the judges say at the end of the day. But again, we're looking at it from one angle, but the judges have their criteria
Yes.
that they're following, and that is the way they judge it.
Let's talk about penalties.
Yes.
Well, before we go there, that was just the Bushwackers. We have the classic dancers, Drunken Group that's coming up next, and then Sting, then Platinum Nights, then the woman. No, well, the woman them
The
will
woman
not
them,
come back
their
in the
numbers-
second lap because they are a fun group.
They're a fun group. Yes.
And so we will go from the Platinum Nights to the Swingers, Drunken Group, and then New Generation. So let me just say that order of entry one more time for you. We have the Classic Dancers, Drunken Group coming up next.
Correct.
And then Sting, followed by Platinum Nights, the Women Them, the Swingers, Drunken Group, and then New Generation is expected to close it off for us. Classic Dancers, we already see where they are making their way up. But before they get to Showtime, it will take a couple minutes before they get to our area. Karen, let's talk about penalties that we
Yes.
often see that really results in some of these groups losing a lot of points.
Because you have a time limit as far as when you hit the parade route from the start, as far as the start and the finish. So you have a specific time that you must complete. And if you are not completed, meaning that your entire group, the back costume, if it's not over that last finish line in the time that they allotted to you, that's a penalty. See, we're only looking at it and we're saying, well, okay, this costume looked pretty, but the costume has to get over the line. And so if it does not cross, that could be a 10-point penalty. Yes, ma'am. And then you have, like I said earlier, you have those members who are in the music section of the parade. Again, if you're a horn player, you should have at least your pants should be fringed, because we understand up here may not be able to have everything, but you should have your headpiece on. There were a lot of the groups that didn't have that. So
Tonight.
These are the things that the judges, the penalty judges, will be looking for. If you have a costume that should only have 4 12-inch wheels on it, not 6 or not 8, it should only have 4 12-inch wheels. And you have more than that. If you have one person too many lifting that costume, that's a penalty as well. And so these are the things that the penalty judges are looking for.
What is the biggest mistake you would say some of these groups make every year?
They allow persons to come on the parade route not in costume.
We saw that tonight.
They allow persons to come in because they're trying to make up numbers, or they're trying to make up a horn section and they need this sousaphone player.
Right.
Again, that's going to cost you in the long run. Your music may sound phenomenal, but again, you're going to get penalized because that person's not in costume. And so it's up to the leaders and the marshals to say, look, we would love to have you, but you need to come with your costume. And so it's taking that hard stance to know that we want to minimize the amount of penalties that we will incur.
And are these penalties assessed per person, or is it just assessed like a one-time penalty?
It's not a one-time.
Just, I mean, per category.
Yeah.
So
it's the different categories.
So for each
Correct.
person who is not in that correct costume,
you could either be 1 point depending on the level of the penalty, or it could be 5 points depending on the level. So again,
and
that
if you
still
have a
costs
group
you
of
in the
over
long run.
100 or close to 100, imagine how those penalties can add up.
So it
We
costs
also
you in the long run.
we want to go back to our social media peeps who've been with us all night. Flex Chatting says that, hello, beautiful ladies. I'm enjoying watching the event from the USA. What's the next event in the Bahamas? Well, the next event is actually Junior Junkanoo, but
yes.
we've not received a date yet.
I think it's
for
February
Junior
6th, if I'm not
Junkanoo.
mistaken. I think it's February 6th, but again, they'll tell you. The Grand Bahama Junkanoo Corporation, they'll tell you.
So
as well as you can check the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture's page, they should be able to have that up there as well.
And of course, stay tuned to ZNS Northern Service at 6:30 every evening, because as
Yes.
soon as they announce it to us, we will of course
you know.
announce it to you. And then Isma Pereira from Providenciales, the Turks and
Nice.
Caicos Islands, and then DJ Black Panther from Ohio. We have Gainesville, Florida watching as well. Bushwackers are my favorite. And Stephanie Pierre says, I can say my Bahamian people are creative. I
Yes,
absolutely
we are. I agree with you, Stephanie.
We are very creative.
We are. We are creative, and we're also resilient, because look at the Junkanoo groups who've lost their leaders. They didn't let it stop there. They just rallied around, and they made sure that they're on the parade route. And so that is commendable.
The Classic Dancers presents Africa. Now, this first piece, of course,
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
You
I thought
said
it was cute. I thought it was cute. With the safari, and then you have the little Jeep and the persons in the Jeep. Very, very encouraging to see that they're using the creativity to a different level.
The theme, of course, is Africa, tour of the motherland, and the banner depicts two tourists in a safari jeep on an expedition of the wilderness and on tour with guides leading them on this great African adventure. The free dancers and the naked dancers will depict African queens clothed in African print, Bushmen and the Zulu tribes, just to name a few. And then they also promise to show us an array of colors, dance, and the history of these native tribes. They are expected to come alive on the second lap. The off-the-shoulder dancers will depict indigenous tribal masks and animals native to the various parts of South Africa. And the step-down dancers will depict the wild birds of the national park and tribal lifestyle of providing food for their people in Central Africa. The music section, the king and step-down bellers are costumed also in indigenous tribal masks of the native Africans, and they will display the proud heritage of their ancestors. Classic dancers, once again, they placed fourth in last year's competition. There's a look at David. We spoke with David last week, and David said no last place for them. They are not accepting last place this time around. I was very impressed with the classic dancers on their first lap, Karen.
Yes.
The energy was there. The choreographed dancers performed very well.
They did.
What about the costumes, though? Have you seen where they could be penalized for anything?
Well, I'm going to look a little bit more intently this time around, because, again, there should only be a certain number of persons in cloth. And so I'm sure that if they go over that number, the judges will be looking at that. For the choreographed dance section, you can be embellished, and so you see how the young ladies have the tights on and their footwear. So you can embellish your costume up to 25%, but it shouldn't be the entire thing. And so it all depends, like I said, where you are in the group, where you fall. And so you see the young lady in the African dress. If they have too many persons in cloth, then that could be a penalty.
Talk about Karen as a dancer, what it is like. You know, I see this young lady on the screen, and she's moving and she's rocking. What is that like? What is the mind frame at the time when you're putting on this performance?
Well, whenever, as a dancer, whenever you hear music, you just gotta move. That's just in you as a dancer. But when you are on a Junkanoo parade, it's all about the energy that you're bringing, and you want the people to see that you're enjoying dancing. It shouldn't be work, or it shouldn't look painful. They should look at you and be like, wow, this girl is really moving. I love to watch her. So that's how it should be. And so you have to have that mindset that when you come on the parade route, you're going to dance to the best of your ability, because you want to entertain the crowd. The classic dancers, again, they're no strangers to winning. So they've won numerous parades in the past, and so they know what it takes to get to that #1 position.
Well, can they pull it off for the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade? This is their second and final lap. We send it down now to the classic dancers as they present Africa Tour of the Motherland.
Put your hands together one more time for the great classic dancers.
That was the classic dancers presenting Africa tour of the motherland, and let me tell you, that was a performance. They came in strong the first lap, the second lap even stronger. We felt it, Karen. We got up, but we even had to start doing a 1-2. We'll assess their performance, but right behind them, we have the Sting Junkanoo group, and they are of the category B division. So let's send it straight back to the parade route with Sting. And there you have it, Sting, Wrestling Junkanoo Group celebrating 50 years of Junkanoo.
Yes.
The soulful dreams, the cowbells, the whistles, all that is Junkanoo. And of course, celebrating our 50 years of anniversary of independence.
Correct.
But we can't talk long, Karen, because now the parade is starting to pick up.
Yes.
For the final time tonight, we will see the Platinum Knights, the five-time defending champions as they hit Pioneer's Way. The competition is not going to be as easy as it was last year. We see some game changers so far that is going to give Platinum some stiff competition this time around.
Right.
And so the Platinum Knights did it was an excellent performance.
Yes, the
first time around. We anticipate now that they would have galvanized themselves, saw what worked.
Yes.
Saw what they needed to improve on, and now this is it. This will help to determine after the Platinum Knights, we'll have the Swingers Junkanoo Group, and that will be it for the A group. Let's see what the Platinum Nights is coming with. They are coming under the theme animation and cartoon favorites. Let's take a look at the Platinum Nights.
Okay. So as we get ready to see Platinum Nights, I did see earlier on during their first live Shoshana that Father Reggie Demerit was back on the cowbell line, and I'm like, oh, this is a pleasure to see him. It's been a while, but Platinum Nights came out of that community group out of Hunters and Pinders Point area that Father Reggie had founded.
The first time around, we saw some of our favorite cartoons from Looney Tunes, the Chipmunks, Scooby-Doo, Pinocchio, Kung Fu Panda.
Yes.
All of these things. I think Platinum Nights did an extremely good job in depicting the execution of their theme.
They did.
Music was on point.
Yes.
Choreographed dancers so far brought the energy.
They did.
And of course, was pleasing to the crowd.
I agree with you.
Anything you think 100%. They need to work on, though, for the second lap?
They just need to distance themselves a little bit more from the next competitor. Because, like I said earlier, the music is too tight between all of the groups. So Platinum Nights need to, whatever they need to do, sprinkle that magic, whatever it is, but they need to bring the sauce when it comes to the music this time around to make sure that there's no doubt in the judge's mind who should walk away with the top prize.
This 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade means so much.
It does.
To all of these
all
groups,
of them,
really.
Yes. Because we don't have the Boxing Day like you have in Nassau, so it's only one bragging right. And so once you win this parade, you have this for the entire year.
And Platinum Nights is the only Junkanoo group. They have a record when you think about it, because they've won 5 times consecutively.
Yes. And we have not had that in Grand Bahama. Yes, we've had swingers. They've won multiple times. Same thing with classic dancers. They've won multiple times. Superstar rockers, they've won here and there, but not 5 consecutive wins under either one of their belts other than Platinum Nights. And so that's history making in itself.
The theme really, it's nostalgic. When you look at it, it's taking you back to your
Scooby-Doo, where you remember watching it on Saturdays. You couldn't wait for Saturday to roll around. And I always said as a child, why can't we have a cartoon channel that's 24 hours? And now that I'm an adult, there's a cartoon channel 24 hours. I'm like,
you don't watch
what
it
is
now,
this? And I don't watch it. Because they don't play the Flintstones, and I love Flintstones. That's one of my favorites.
Well, you're watching it definitely because PK is bringing that through their theme, animation and cartoon favorites. Let's send it down to the parade route with the Platinum Nights. goodness.
What they say, volley your belly, PK in your belly.
Listen.
Yeah.
We thought Platinum Night's performance was platinum the first time they came around, but this right here.
Yeah. On fire. On fire.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Listen.
They are definitely, like I said before, they have to distance themselves in order to win this parade. They cannot leave any doubt in anyone's mind as to who should walk away with it. Even if you're a staunch supporter of some of the other groups, you must say, you know what, I gotta hand it to them.
You see, on your screen, you see, people are still dancing, and PK is already banging turning the bend by Kentucky on Pioneer's Way on East Mall Drive, I should say.
Yes.
And people are still moving.
Yep.
The last 8 group that will hit the stage tonight, or Pioneer's Way, I should say, is Swingers.
It's Swingers, yes.
And
so
to top that,
Swingers, okay, and that's the advantage that they have. You saw the groups that went before you. Now, what are you going to do? So this is an opportunity for them to come with their A game. Lay all the cards on the table, take no prisoners, come out with your best foot forward. That means get your dancers ready.
Yeah.
Make sure that the costumes have been, if it needed to be stitched, sticked, stapled, glued, whatever it took, you need to get your acts together. And so the music has to be top notch. It has to.
I absolutely agree. We have the Women Them presents Bahamian Music or Nothing. They are coming back for their final lap. This is indeed, though, a fun group, so it wasn't necessary for them to be to come back on the second lap. But nonetheless, they did, and they're still moving, they're still rocking, and they're still shaking. We are expecting some more crowd reaction from our Ramiko Knowles and our Jay Philippe in just a few minutes.
Yes.
But first, we send it down to the Women Them.
I just have been one desire. I can't get no baby mouth to tell. Sweetheart, begging you to share. And as long as I take me to house, oh no, the house, oh no, the house. I'll be down and right on the house. I'll be house. Jump the door. I'm the old man coming down the road. People are coming. Oh, there's the people are coming. Please, boy and boy. Let's go. When I get my finger on my head, you know that I can't raise the dead. When I get my place up my hand, you know that I feel your mind. If you got a woman, I see her beer. Come sit near, oh come on of me. Then you take some mother and you make some kids, and then don't give you under your mouth. I'm the yeah. Everybody all around. Listen to the funky beat. Just turn it down. It's crazy beat. Your feet is dead. They're choking. They're choking. People everywhere from near and far. Listen to the funky beat of the guitar.
And there you have it, the Women Them fun group making their final lap. When we come back, we have the Swingers Junkanoo group who will be presenting the theme, Let's Get to Work, exploring the worlds of exciting professions. This is the final lap for all of the Junkanoo groups for the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. But stay with us. We'll be back with that final performance before we wrap up for the night.
The 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. Brought to you by Insurance Management, the Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill at the Grand Lucayan, Ocean Reef Retirement Village, and Rachel's Britannia Mini Mall.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited.
Maintaining strong relationships with superior customer service. Fulfilling all your insurance needs through commercial, property and casualty, marine and aviation, homeowners and contents, automotive for private and commercial, life insurance, medical, and pension investments. Being the best at who we are in Freeport since 1980.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited.
A name you've come to know and trust.
We've always been there for you.
So call us today at 350-3500 or visit our office on Pioneers Way.
Insurance Management, Bahamas Limited. Honestly,
nobody does it better.
It's your time to taste the grand life at the newly restored Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill at Grand Lucaya, your NFL headquarters through the season leading up to the ultimate Super Bowl party. Stop in 7 days a week and join the successful business professionals, sports fanatics, foodies, and friends at the most pristine stretch of beachfront in Freeport. The ultimate party spot. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Now open 7 days a week, Monday to Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Thursday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to midnight, with special guest artists from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's also Karaoke Friday, and on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, it's happy hour drinks and food specials at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill, located at Grand Lucaya. Yes, the magic has returned to Freeport at Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill. Prop Club Beach Bar and Grill.
Ocean View Retirement Village, retirement at its best, is 20 years young. Professional, compassionate, caring, respectful, purposeful. Describe the experience in our safe, loving environment. The comforts of home with services of a luxury hotel. Our clients live with dignity and grace. Qualified medical personnel on call. Programs include adult daycare, independent and assisted living, therapeutic, convalescent, respite, rehabilitative and hospice care, Alzheimer's care, and health tourism. Mrs. Agatha Thompson and Mrs. Destiny Thompson-Pinder are the mother-daughter umbrella assuring each client a uniquely positive experience. Come luxuriate in these golden years where we celebrate them. Contact us 242-373-4382 or 441-3081. Ocean View Retirement Village. Retirement at its best is 20 years young.
'Tis the season, so let's go shopping at Rachel's Britannia Mall. Shop a vast array of products at Brandsmart Bahamas, household items, televisions, office equipment, electronics, gadgets, and more. Stop in at Snackables, your wholesale and retail variety store. Shop household, cleaning supplies, snacks, groceries, school supplies, beverages, and lots more. They have it all at Snackables. Get a new look at Hair to Nail You Studio Hair and Nail Salon. For all your diva needs, shop clothing and accessories at No Divas. PNP Security Firm, dressed to impress and heaven sent. Skyline Express Shipping Company, Cut Up Youth Barbershop. Give the perfect gift at Distinctive Gifts. Shop wine and spirits at More to Go Liquor Store. Marie Clarice Shoes and Accessories. Shop groceries and households at Variety World. It's all here at the Britannia Mall, Freeport.
New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. We are coming to you live from Pioneers Way from Freeport, Grand Bahama. We are getting ready to wrap up in just a few minutes our live broadcast of this Junkanoo Parade, but we do have the Swingers Junkanoo group. That will be the final group that we will showcase tonight. They are coming under the theme, Let's Get to Work, exploring the world of exciting professions. Once again, Karen, we've had an opportunity to see all of these groups. 9 groups, actually, which would have performed tonight. This is indeed the second and the final lap that the judges will get to see before making their decision. Correct. An announcement should come by 6 tomorrow. 6 tomorrow evening. Based on what you've seen so far, give me your assessment.
I think that all of those groups did a phenomenal job. They came out, they gave it their best shot, and we have seen where some persons who placed 4th and 5th last year, you saw where they improved. You saw that, and so I know that they are all gunning for number 1, but only one person can be number 1. And again, you have to make sure that you cross all your T's and dot all your I's. That's how you're going to win this parade. You have to make sure that everything is precision, your music is top-notch, and that every member of your Junkanoo group is wearing the appropriate costume.
You have an eye for choreography rather. Talk a little bit about what you've seen tonight, and has any group impressed you? Well, I think you were impressed with just about all of the groups, but which group stood out to you the most?
Choreography-wise, Platinum Night stood out, especially with their genies, the Arabian dancers. Again, costuming, phenomenal, and the way how the costume moved with them, the fluidity was there. And so, again, I give them kudos for that they really, even the headdress, making sure that the beading was just placed right, the veil, and they utilize the costume to mimic every movement, to make sure that the costume and them became one. And so they brought up the veil, they brought it down. So it's just using those fluid movements to make sure that the message read across. And so to me, that stood out. There were some other groups who, again, did a great job too when it comes to Africa. And so seeing them do the different African moves, that was great too. And I think that was classic dances would have the African section.
Yeah.
And so again, you can see how the attention to detail was there. The choreography thought about, okay, this is the theme and this is how we're going to execute it. And so again, fantastic job by all of the groups. I have no horse in the race, like the minister would say, but we do know that in order for us to be here, we have to make an opinion, and it's only our opinion, so please do not kill us for it. We're just telling you what we see from this viewpoint, and so it's going to be a stiff competition. It seems as if so far that Platinum Nights, they still may carry this parade, but we're still awaiting swingers, and so once we see what swingers have to bring, then we'll know for certain where the numbers will lie. But Shashina, we must say thank you to our men and women who are keeping us safe for this parade route. They're walking around and they're making sure that not just the spectators, but also the vendors, that they're safe. And to the Junkanoo committee, we want to say thank you. And to Ms. Monique Leary from Youth Sports and Culture, always doing a human's job. We just want to say thank you to all of them.
Yes, we actually spoke with the Assistant Commissioner of Police earlier this evening, officer in charge of the Northern Bahamas, who said exactly what you reiterated just now, that tonight, so far, no incidents, a safe night, and relatively that is what we expect on the island of Grand Bahama, a safe, quiet family night.
Enjoyment,
And so, again, we appreciate all of our armed forces and everything that they do, and particularly the police force who's been out here continuing to keep us safe.
Right.
Behind the line on your screen right now, we are looking at the Swingers Junkanoo group, and this is just before they come back to Showtime.
Correct.
Again, Swingers did have an advantage, or will have an advantage, because they've been able to see
the competition.
They've been able to see everything that all of the other groups have been able to do, and they now can up the competition.
They can.
Because this is their last and final lap on the parade route tonight.
And that's just it. This is your final time to woo the judges and, of course, win some spectators over to your side. And so you have to do everything within your power to make sure that your group comes out of the gate, the music is rolled over, the tom-tom drums, making sure that that back line, everybody has to make sure that they're a one cohesive unit. It has to be tight. Can't stress that enough.
We also had a poll tonight for best choreography, and based on that poll, Swingers.
Okay.
Our online pollers say that Swingers is their favorite for the best choreography, of course. This is just us polling our audience based on what they can see from their vantage point. Nothing official. That will come from the experts tomorrow, the judges tomorrow, who will assess whatever relative penalties and then give us that final tally.
Correct.
And one of these groups will walk away with serious bragging rights, either breaking that consecutive win from the Platinum Nights or the Platinum Nights securing another win and really creating
a legacy for themselves by being the winningest consecutive group to hold that title sixth
time on the island of Grand Bahama. And that is simply incredible.
And it's no easy feat, because each year you have to come up with a different theme. Each year you have to execute to 100%, and so that's not easy. And you always have someone gunning for your back, so that means the bullseye is always on you. So you have to continuously fight to stay in that number one position. But we know what his end goal is, and that's Thomas Curry. The end goal is to get to New Providence, and that's why he continuously show us that I have what it takes. Our group has what it takes. Any one of these groups, they have what it takes. But collectively, if they come together, what a powerful force that can be.
Tonight, we have also seen the growth of the Platinum Nights. I'm not sure if you realize that group is even bigger than it was before. Last year.
And that's because us Bahamians, we love winners.
Right.
We love winners. And we will gravitate towards a winner in an instant. And that's how we are. We would like to be on the winning team. And no fault to anyone. That's fantastic. But you don't want to grow too big until you lose focus of what the prize is. And we saw that with one family in Nassau for Boxing Day. They were so massive till, they just couldn't organize themselves properly. So we don't want it to get to that level. We want it to continue to be a unit, but again, know what that end purpose is.
And of course, we still want a tight competition.
Yes.
We don't want any group to be so big where it's not even
worth
a
coming
competition
to the parade
tonight.
Route. Correct.
This parade was enjoyable for me this year more so than last year because we see a closing of the gap that we saw last year where it was clear the Platinum Nights was the winner. Tonight, many may say that PK will emerge as the winners, but we've seen where these other groups have also done a tremendous job. For the swingers, this is personal for them.
It is. Because how would they feel to walk away with number one, knowing what just happened to them? Now, that will be an incredible experience for them. But we must give kudos to the new generation.
Oh, my goodness.
Like I said before, the new generation is a compilation of persons from the kingdom culture, some people from PK who migrated. But again, it shows that, okay, there are other persons out there who are just as hungry and want to be on the parade route. So I'm expecting great things from them next year.
I am. And they are the ones to watch next year, whether it's in the B group or the A group, because they really were a crowd pleaser. Even our online audience was like, who is this group?
Yes.
And I was impressed.
That's his group. I saw him in the cowbell section, and again, it's those veteran junkanooers coming back to the forefront. And I wish more community groups will grab hold of that, because it'll be fantastic to see a group coming from West Grand Bahama. So maybe Councillor Jimmy Smith, get a group together, West Grand Bahama, y'all come on the parade route. And then, one from High Rock and one from Central. So let's see it. Community groups are what Junkanoo should be all about. Just like how you have Over the Hill, you have Valley, and you have Saxons. So let those community groups come out and show the audience members what they're made of.
Tonight, it is really cold, Karen. It is really cold. And like most parades in the past that we've seen, once Platinum Nights perform that final round, you look around.
The bleachers are scanty.
And the bleachers are almost
because they're a crowd
empty.
favorite. You know, say what you like, they are a crowd favorite, and you have persons who come out specifically to watch them. They want to see their group storm the parade route. They want to see what their group can do, and so they came in support of Platinum Nights. But again, this is a school night, and so we have to remember that school is tomorrow morning, and so some families are trying to get their little ones back home so that they can get them calmed down.
Karen, another thing that we should mention is Anthony Hawk Williams, who passed just a few weeks ago. He has not yet been funeralized. So this is an emotional time as well for the Swingers Junkanoo group.
And so I know that some of the Junkanoo persons in the Swingers organization, they are mourning the loss, but this is a perfect way to pay tribute to such a wonderful Junkanoo icon, because he has done so much, not just for Junkanoo here in Grand Bahama, but for Junkanoo throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas. And I know one thing is for certain, those schools who Mr. Williams used to go and help get ready for the Junior Junkanoo Parade, he's going to be sorely missed.
Once again, the Swingers Junkanoo group, the final A group to hit the route tonight, coming under the theme Let's Get to Work, exploring the world of exciting professions. The Swingers Junkanoo group has always been one of the crowd favorites for many, many years.
Yes.
They are known for their music. The first lap showed that. Let's see what the second lap brings. They are now in the Showtime area, so we are sending it down to the Swingers. in the 2023 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade, vowing to place first in the 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. Official announcement will be made, of course, sometime around 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. But their final lap, Karen, what say you? How has the swingers performed? Were they stronger in their second lap than they were in the first?
Shashina, definitely, definitely, because they know they are the last to come out, and so they know what everyone else did before them, and so they're just trying to say, okay, I see what you've done. Now, let me show you how it's done properly. And what I liked about the choreographed dance section, that they used their binoculars, and like they were searching in the safari, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look at your theme and make sure that your movements definitely suit your theme. And so the swingers, let me tell you, they are definitely trying to ensure that the legacy that was left behind is intact and in good hands.
And even more so, Karen, if they are not able to pull it off this time around, and not just them, I'm talking about the three other groups, to me, they would have built enough momentum this time around.
Correct, yeah.
To push them forward.
Yes.
And that's really what it's all about, getting better, understanding what you've done wrong, and improving
on
the next time, because we've seen a great improvement among the groups tonight. And I think all of the spectators who showed up tonight should have been pleased with what they saw. These junk canoers did exactly what they were supposed to do.
That's correct.
They entertained us.
They did.
We danced. Many of them executed their themes, and you know, a lot of them, they say as soon as Junk Canoe ends, they're back in the shack, and it's from January to December. So we have to thank them so much.
We do.
Because they are doing it not because this is a profitable area, but because the love of
the
culture,
untraditional love of culture.
So we have to appreciate them. I know we have Ramiko Knowles and our Jay Philippe, who should be wrapping up with us in just a few minutes. But any final thoughts, Karen, on this parade?
Just that I hope that more corporate citizens will come on board and, again, give up the funding that is so necessary. We know that it's not easy to bring a full group to the parade route. A lot of them go into their own pockets. I have seen some parents who be like, well, I had to get this and I had to do that. But again, if the funding is there from corporate, and also some of the junk canoe groups, and I said it when they did the order of entry, you need to take advantage of every situation. Go out and do some fundraisers. Find different ways of, again, raising the seed money that you need in order to operate. And again, the group needs to operate as a business. It needs to have those financials so that anyone who is sending a letter to a group, to a corporate citizen, you can say, well, here's our financials, so they can see exactly what was spent and how their monies will be spent, because people want to make sure that it's being spent correctly. You don't want to be, giving funding and you don't know where it's going. And so again, it's stepping up and making sure that it is being run like a business. And so for all of the groups, great job.
Great job. Ramiko and Jay are standing by for their final thoughts. Take it away, guys.
It's been a long night, almost close to the end. What I've seen tonight is an absolutely amazing taste and expression of Bahamian culture here on Grand Bahama at this year's 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. We got off to a slow start as far as time, but what I've seen all night from the different various groups, from the A groups, the B groups, has just been absolutely phenomenal. Ramiko, what have you been seeing from tonight's performances?
Spectacular performances from all the groups. We've seen 9 groups on Pioneer's Way, and I mean, it was war on this road. These groups came out and they put on a show, a spectacular performance. Of course, they performed for the crowd, and the crowd was loving it. We heard the cheers, we heard the screams, we heard a mixed review. A lot of them saying they want platinum nights, a lot of them saying they want swingers. I have my opinions, but I can keep it to myself. But I'm sure you could see that throughout the broadcast tonight. It was obvious who came out tonight and showed that they were going to be the winners of the 2024 New Year's Day Junk Canoe Parade. But it is finished. The battle is over, and there should be no more war come tomorrow. But we'll find out who the winners are. Back to you guys.
Well, Ramiko, the war just starts tomorrow.
Oh,
when,
yeah. Oh,
when you
Joshua.
go, I think it's at the C.A. Smith Complex.
Yeah.
When they announce the winners, that's when the war really begins.
Exactly.
But all in all, we had a wonderful time here tonight. We thank you for tuning in. And of course, we have to say a special thank you to all of our corporate sponsors who made this possible for us to be able to broadcast live to you. And, of course, to our amazing team, our ZNS Northern Service team, directed by Kirk Cooper and produced by Mr. Philip Marsh, and all of our cameramen and our technical team, our engineering team. We say a special thank you to you. But that is going to do it for us tonight. Tomorrow, though, we will be live for the announcement of the Junkanoo results, and that should be around 6 o'clock p.m., so stay tuned to our ZNS network to find out who will claim the winning title for the A and B group for the 2024 New Year's Day Junkanoo Parade. I'm Shashina Roll Farquharson. Thank you once again, Karen, for being with us. We wish you all a great night and a happy, blessed, and prosperous New Year.
Your hosts for the evening, Shashina Roll Farquharson and Kieran Ferguson Bain.
This is the ZNS Network, providing radio and high-definition television services for the